This is Mississippi State Bulldog football. Bulldog football is brought to you by Case IH. Get in the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Bulldogs. Mississippi Farm Bureau Insurance. Go with the home team. And by Pearl River Resort, the top choice for fun, relaxation, and unforgettable memories. This is the 2026 Duke's Mayo Bowl. Now to Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, North Carolina. Here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Neil Price.
5 weeks ago, when the final gun sounded in State's regular season finale, Bulldogs fans thought they had watched their team play for the final time during this college football season. But thanks to an early Christmas present, fate intervening, or just pure luck, State is back on the gridiron again. And tonight, the Bulldogs will make their first bowl appearance in the Jeff Lebby era when they battle ACC opponent Wake Forest in the Duke's Mayo Bowl here in Charlotte. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds for a station ID. This is Bulldogs football. With Jay Perry and Marcus Hunter, I'm Neil Price. Glad to have you with us. Happy New Year, wherever you are joining us from tonight. Our weather report is presented by Farm Families of Mississippi, supporting Mississippi agriculture for over a decade. Marcus Hunter on the sidelines for us tonight. Marcus, what's it feel like down there?
Neil, it feels really good down here to be early January, around 54 degrees. And looking at the flagpoles right now, the flags are not moving very much at all. So not much wind tonight. So that should not be a big factor in the game. But it is a perfect early January day for football. Again, the temperature down here around 54 degrees. Everything feels great. The atmosphere is electric. And we are ready for some football on a very, very nice night here in January. Neil, back to you.
The Bulldogs are ready, too, as they make their way out of a tunnel across the way here at Bank of America Stadium in those all-black uniforms tonight. First time we've seen this look from Mississippi State. Jeff Lebby says it's a look that he decided on alone. Nick Mitchell asked to wear this uniform in the final game of the regular season against Ole Miss. Jeff Lebby tried to use this motivation, Jay, saying, let's go win this one, and we'll wear it in the bowl game. Obviously didn't happen. He didn't know if he'd have a chance to do it again. He said once State was in the bowl game, no-brainer. We're wearing the black uniform.
You know, I like it. I do. I love. I heard Marcus say on the pregame show he had not seen the black helmet with the interlocking, which is absolutely the best football logo that we have. It looks good, and I know we have some traditionalists out there that probably are not fans of the black, but we've got a little bit of maroon mixed in, Neil. There's a little maroon on the jersey and a stripe in the helmet. I think it's a good look. I'm fired up for it tonight.
State making its way to the sideline directly below where we sit here at Bank of America Stadium. Wake Forest will occupy the sideline opposite the field from us as the visiting team in this SEC versus ACC matchup. One thing to update you on coming out of warm-ups, Jamarian Kennedy, who is a significant backup offensive lineman, a sophomore for Wake Forest, was injured during warm-ups, went down, training staff came out to take a look at him, and he was helped to the Wake Forest locker room just before the bands had their time on the field here after the warm-ups concluded. So we'll see if the transfer from Louisiana Tech is able to go. He's played in 11 of the 12 games for Wake Forest this season. And speaking of Wake Forest, from directly below us, here come the Deacons onto the field at Bank of America Stadium. It is a good crowd. Marcus told you, good atmosphere here tonight. This is a big place. There's no one in the upper deck here tonight. The lower bowl is not completely filled, but probably 2/3 of the way full. And Jay, just looking at it, Wake Forest, obviously being a North Carolina-based school, has a number of fans here, but State people have traveled well tonight.
And I appreciate the Wake Forest fans wearing black to help us with our black uniforms, right? I kid. No, there's a great crowd. You expected the Wake Forest people, of course, to travel, but as you said, I'm pretty impressed with the Mississippi State fans. They're right below our booth here, and it's a nice crowd. As Marcus said, unbelievable weather day, which I know we've said 50 times this year, but boy, we've been lucky all season. Marcus, congratulations for a nice weather game for you, buddy.
We'll go to Marcus now, who's making his way out to midfield with State's captains. Marcus?
Hey, Neil, yes, I am joined by the Mississippi State captains, Brennan Thomas, Kendrick Bingley Jones, and Nick Mitchell. And the referee for today's game is Gregory Bloom. The referee crew for today's game is a Big Ten crew, and we're getting ready for the coin toss as we speak.
All right, captains, good luck tonight. Wake Forest, you are the visitor. You're going to make a choice of heads or tails. Your choice is?
Tails.
Tails is called. Tails is the call. That is a head. Mississippi State, you won. You will receive. Which way do you want to kick? All right. White kicking this way. Black with me. White will kick off. Black will receive to start the game. Gentlemen, play hard, play clean, and have fun.
Good luck to you.
All right, so there it is. State's going to get the ball to start the game, winning the coin toss. And the Bulldogs will be moving right to left as we view the game here from in between the upper and lower levels of Bank of America Stadium here in Uptown Charlotte. An interesting note on State's group of captains tonight. You heard Marcus mention Kendrick Bingley Jones was one of those three from just up the road in Concord, North Carolina. Played at Providence Day High School and getting to play his final game as a Bulldog just down the road from his hometown. That's a pretty special way to wrap it up.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's pretty nice. He's got family here, as you might imagine, and a special day for him to play in the postseason this close to home. Certainly no shock that Jeff Lebby wants to put the offense on the field first, so we'll get a chance to see Camario Taylor right out of the chute. Neil, got to be able to run the football, and of course Camario gives you the ability to do that at the quarterback position. Had 178 yards against Ole Miss in the Egg Bowl. Was really, really good at extending plays, really good at picking up chunk yards. Have to win the explosives, especially in the passing game. And he heard Jeff Lebby talk about, Neil, catching runners. And I think what he's saying is you're going to see a lot of Brennan Thompson underneath, sort of like you saw in the walk-off win against Arizona State. They want to get him the ball underneath and let him use that speed that Jeff Lebby said, the fastest guy he has ever coached in football. Those are some of the big keys today for the Dogs.
Caleb Carlson will kick off for Wake Forest, and he will kick it to two very fast men for Mississippi State, Brennan Thompson and Anthony Evans III, who are both waiting inside the 5-yard line down to our right. Black canopy overhead, bright lights on top of Bank of America Stadium here in Charlotte, North Carolina. And we are happy to have you with us for postseason football as State and Wake lock horns in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Carlson runs up to the ball, and the right footer sends it downfield, left to right, and this game is underway. High end-over-end kick that will go 8 yards deep into the end zone for a touchback, and Camario Taylor and company will start at their own 25-yard line. What a story this guy, Camario Taylor, has been for Mississippi State. First career start against Ole Miss on the day after Thanksgiving. Here is start number 2 for a legacy player whose Uncle Omar also used to suit up at quarterback for the Bulldogs.
You know, and he's got that it factor, Neil, something you can't teach, you can't improve, you just have it or you don't. Camario Taylor absolutely possesses it.
State will start with 2 tight ends. Traore, one of those 2, flexed into the slot left. 2 receivers, 1 each way for Taylor in the gun with Fluff Bothwell to his right. Wake Forest with a 4-man front. Taylor takes the snap, turns to his right, a play fake, throwing deep down the right sideline for Thompson, who slides and makes a fantastic catch just inside the 25-yard line at the feet of Trevon West. Brennan Thompson with a huge play. They mark him down at the Wake Forest 24-yard line. An explosive play right out of the gate. 51 and a bank first down for Mississippi State.
Yeah, we talked about winning the explosives, especially in the passing game. Thank you, Jeff Lebby. Right off the bat, you get one first play of the game.
Taylor and company ready to go off the right hash at the Wake Forest 24. He takes the shotgun snap, hands to Bothwell, running behind the center of the line, and Fluff Bothwell fights his way down to the 20, where he's upended by Devon Patterson after a gain of 4 yards. State playing with tempo on 2nd down and 6 in the Case IH red zone at the Wake Forest 20-yard line. Taylor takes a shotgun snap. He will keep running right, has a couple of blockers, snaps a tackle at the Wake Forest 17, carries another inside the 15, and is close to a first down at the Wake Forest 14-yard line, where he's tackled by Dylan Hazen.
Yeah, 6'4", 230 allows that right there to happen, Neil. First contact, even as a quarterback, you're not going to bring Kamario Taylor down a lot.
Gain of 6 moves the sticks. 1st and 10, Mississippi State in the Case IH red zone at the Wake Forest 14. This time it's a handoff to Bothwell, trying to stretch to the right side, and Wake's defense equal to the challenge as Jaden Loving stretches the play out and stops Bothwell for a 1-yard loss back to the 15.
Yeah, pretty heavy box that time. Not really a run box. You saw 8-9 guys get there close to the line of scrimmage. Not much room for that on the right side at all.
State has 2 tight ends on the left side of the line, 2 receivers right. Thompson, one of those 2 receivers in motion, right to left. Taylor takes a shotgun snap, loops one out into the left flat that's off Bothwell's hands at the 15 and incomplete in the left flat. Covered by Devon Patterson in space, but Fluff couldn't look back over his left shoulder to locate the football there, and it'll bring up 3rd down and 11 from the Wake 15-yard line. Mississippi State trying not to let an opportunity go by the boards early. An explosive play, 51-yarder right out of the gate for the Bulldogs. 12:54 to play first quarter, no score. State in the Case IH red zone. Tight end left, 2 receivers left, 1 right. Taylor takes the shotgun snap, throws into the end zone, and that one's incomplete. Looking for Aiden Williams in front of the crossbar. It'll bring up 4th down, and it'll bring on the kicking team for the Bulldogs with 12:49 left in the quarter.
Yeah, you get the explosive play, Neil, right out of the chute. First play of the game, 51 yards to Brennan Thompson. And then you got a bit of a heavy box down there, made it tough to run. Jeff Levy tries to get a couple of balls thrown, one to the end zone right there, a couple of crossing routes, deep, well defended. This is the strength of Wake Forest. That is the defense.
33-yard field goal off the right hash for Kyle Ferry, brought to you by Mississippi Blood Services. Good snap back, hold is down, left footer's kick is away, and this one is perfect. So Kyle Ferry connects on a field goal on State's opening drive from 33 yards, and the Bulldogs have an early 3-0 lead over Wake Forest with 12:45 to play in the first quarter. Remember, you can save up to 3 lives with 1 blood donation. Go to msblood.com to find a blood drive near you. When you give, people live with Mississippi Blood Services, the official blood services provider of Mississippi State Athletics. Timeout with 12:45 to play in the first quarter. State 3, Wake Forest 0 in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Hey y'all, I'm Steve Azar, inviting you to escape to Pearl River Resort, where the fun is going non-stop. Go off the deep end at the South's most exciting water park, Geyser Falls. After the thrills, test your skills at the Dancing Rabbit Golf Club. There's dining delight and love at first sight. And it's always no work and all play at Silver Star and Golden Moon Casinos. So come on, leave it all behind and head to Pearl River Resort.
Trey Willis, left tackle.
Marshall Jones, wide receiver.
Alex Philbin, running back. Hi, I'm Tim from C Spire. Am I in the right place?
It always pays to have the right players on your team. That's why C Spire gives you fiber-fast home internet, nationwide 5G wireless, and best-in-class business solutions. All backed by local 24/7 support. C Spire, customer inspired.
This is the 2026 Duke's Mayo Bowl, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
What would you do if your online store converted 36% more shoppers? You could take 36% more vacation.
Another pina colada?
Yes, please. Open a new retail location with 36% more square feet.
Fantastic.
Hire 36% more help.
You're hired and you're hired.
Shopify has the world's best converting checkout, up to 36% better than other e-commerce platforms. What you do with those extra sales is up to you. Switch to Shopify today at shopify.com/setup and get a $1 trial. Shopify.com/setup.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA, is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families, and one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Mississippi State leads Wake Forest 3-0 with 12:45 to play in the first quarter here in Charlotte. With Jay Perry and Marcus Hunter, I'm Neil Price. Glad to have you with us. Get the Mississippi State University Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card at regions.com/go state. Kyle Ferry to kick right to left for Mississippi State. He's pulled to within 1 field goal of tying Joel Logan for 3rd all-time after he hit a 33-yarder to start the scoring for State. Line drive kick here that'll be fielded at the goal line by Wake Forest. They'll take it to the 10, to the 15, to the 20. A seam opens up. The running back to the 30, to the 40, into the open field, and he is going to go all the way. A poor kickoff leads to a huge return, a 100-yarder for the Deacons, and they pulled to within one, or have taken the lead, rather, 6-3 with 12:33 to play in this first quarter.
Yeah, Neil, special teams has been a challenge all season for this Mississippi State team. It just has not been great. Right there, the kick wasn't great, but then the coverage, they just split. Nobody stayed home in the middle of the field. You saw some guys lose discipline. They looped to the outside. It left the middle of the field completely open. Candidly, a pretty easy return right there for the Demon Deacons.
Cordell Bartley, a defensive back, returning that kick 100 yards. And now Wake lines up to go for 2. And they snap it back, and they'll throw it over the middle, and it's caught by the tight end, Ina Fulai, for a 2-point play in front of the crossbar, and Wake Forest has an 8-3 lead with 12:33 to play in this first quarter.
Yeah, Marcus, that was a tough start right there. Not even defensively on the special teams. Kyle Ferry gets it down to the goal line, but then they have the kickoff return. Big break, big opening play for that special teams.
Yeah, Jay, you're right. And Kyle obviously frustrated with that kick. He ran over to the sideline and started slamming his helmet against the one of the Gatorade cases out here. And so he's obviously very upset about that kick. And that line drive kick helped lead to that touchdown. So hopefully State can get their offense or their special teams going after this.
Cordell Bartley with a 100-yard kickoff return, and then Wake completes the 2-point play. Sawyer Racanelli throwing a pass in the back of the end zone to Ina Fulai, the tight end, to make it 8-3 Deacons with 12:33 to play in this first quarter. All of our sideline reports tonight with Marcus Hunter are brought to you by Columbus Orthopedic, the team behind the team. Well, let's see how Mississippi State responds now after an errant special teams play. The Bulldogs trailing by 5 with 12:33 left in the first quarter here in Charlotte. Caleb Carlson, a touchback on his first kickoff tonight to start the game, with Thompson and Evans waiting inside the 5 for Mississippi State. Runs up to the ball, and the right footer sends this one downfield, high, end over end, and again, all the way through the end zone for a touchback. So the Bulldogs get it to 25, and Jay got to find some finish. State hit the explosive play, the 51-yard pass to Brendan Thompson right out of the chute to start things on its first drive, but couldn't find a way to convert a 3rd down to keep the drive going and had to settle for 3.
Yeah, one of the things Jeff Lebby talked about was making layups. Right, we made the big play. That was huge. But you got to make some layups. The ball, the fluff, maybe a little overthrown, especially when you consider it's a running back trying to catch the ball. Got to make the layups. Starts right here.
Aiden Williams, single receiver to the left for Mississippi State. Now Thompson and Evans will join him on that side. Tight end Traore offset on the left side of the line. Taylor in the shotgun, takes the snap, runs right, and he'll fight his way up to the 31-yard line. A gain of 6 for Camario Taylor on the keeper before he's tackled by Frank Cassano. So 2nd and 4 coming up for Mississippi State, trailing by 5, 8-3 with 12:16 left in the first quarter. Same personnel here, 3 receivers left and a tight end, and a flag comes in as Kamario Taylor gets the snap. Big Ten officiating crew tonight.
Illegal snap. Offense number 72. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Cannon Boone gets called for an illegal snap. First penalty against State Center this season. And that'll back the Bulldogs up and make it 2nd down and 10 with 12:10 to go in the first quarter. 3 receivers to the left. The tight end, Traore, flexed off the right side of the line. Taylor in the gun. Takes the snap. A play fake to his left. Steps up in the pocket. Now he wants to run. Scrambling off to his left. Gets to the 30, to the 31. Knocked down near the 32-yard line by Frank Cassano. Pickup of 7 yards puts Mississippi State in 3rd and 3. Bulldogs going quickly. Taylor takes the snap. And he'll hand it to Bothwell. No, excuse me, Taylor keeps. Runs straight ahead. And no, it was Bothwell. And he takes it for 2 to the 34. Tackled by Dallas. A fault off of Lava. And it's 4th and 1. And State's going to go for it here with 11:16 to play in the first quarter, trailing by 5. Tight end flex to the right. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Taylor all alone in a shotgun backfield. Play clock at 5. And now State's going to take a timeout. Taylor never clapped his hands, never tried the hard count. At least it didn't look that way looking through the binoculars.
First team timeout. Mississippi State, timeout the field.
And Wake Forest didn't have a reason to move.
I don't know exactly what we were doing right there. Obviously, Jeff Lebby does, but yeah, we never really gave a hard count right there. There was really no threat that we were going for it. So you put no pressure at all on Wake Forest defense.
So a timeout on the field with 10:55 to play in this first quarter. Wake Forest leads Mississippi State 8-3 in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
There's team pride, and then there's extra Bulldog pride. When I'm carrying the Mississippi State University Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra state gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra Hail State from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go State to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
Whether you're cheering for the Bulldogs or caring for your land, we know you're all in all season long. And Case IH compact and utility tractors are all in too. Mowing, digging, hauling, our equipment designed to meet the needs of America's farm fields makes caring for your home field easier. Your Case IH dealer can show you how our equipment can make this season a winning one. Case IH, built by farmers.
Mississippi State. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Duke's Mayo Bowl on the Bulldog Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm Kiana, and I leveled up my business with Shopify. Once I figured out that Shopify was a thing, I never turned back. I can create a site with my eyes closed. Shopify thinks ahead of us, and it thinks about the customer more than anything. Every day I'm thinking about some other new business, but Shopify is doing it to me because it's so easy to use. It's like I can't stop. I'm addicted.
Start your free trial at Shopify.com.
The Ad Council. You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, know it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
8-3, Wake Forest leads Mississippi State with 10:55 to play in the first quarter. And the Bulldogs have sent the punt team on 4th and a yard at their own 34-yard line. It'll be Ethan Pulliam, second-team All-American selection by the Sporting News, who comes on to punt. Bulldogs need to be good in special teams. They had a bad kickoff that led to a 100-yard kickoff return for Wake Forest. That's how the Deeks have been able to get on the board in this game so quickly. Carlos Hernandez, deep, waiting to receive the punt. Pulliam gets it out of there, and it's a nice one. High, a lot of hang time. Spiral muff by Hernandez at the 18, and it kicks off his chest to his right and out of bounds. A break for Wake Forest on the bounce. State had two guys there waiting on it, but it got out of bounds before they could get their hands on it. They'll spot the ball out at the Wake Forest 19, and that's where the Deacons will start their first drive tonight, leading the game by 5 points with 10:46 to play in this first quarter.
Thought we had a chance to get maybe the special teams evened up right there, Neil. We get a great punt from Ethan Pulliam, as you said, an All-American this season, and boy, the ball bounced right back to the runner.
First look at Robbie Ashford, who's played at Auburn and South Carolina before coming over to Wake Forest in the offseason this year. He'll start with two receivers to his left. He takes the snap. He's going to run right away, straight ahead up the numbers 20, 25, gets to the 30 for a first down and wrapped up at the 31-yard line by Jerron Manning. But Jay, right out of the chute, pocket collapses and Manning shows what he can do with, Ashford shows what he can do with his legs.
Yeah, that's exactly what he brings to this offense. What he did well at Auburn. I mean, nothing has changed in his game. He's called a dual threat quarterback, but make no mistake, that is what he wants to do.
Sawyer Racanelli, one of two receivers left, along with Carlos Hernandez. Wake has two tight ends on the left side of the line. Ashford in the gun.
Here comes Sanders.
Takes the snap. He'll run it straight ahead across the 30 and dives up to the 33. Picks up 2 yards. Not a lot there on that design quarterback keeper for Ashford. Nick Mitchell, playing his final game as a Bulldog at linebacker tonight, makes his first stop for Mississippi State.
We saw Sanders for the first time with pressure. That's something Matt Barnes is going to do a lot. You may see Neve Sanders blitz every other play today. They're going to disguise it, try to confuse Robbie Ashford if they can.
Racanelli and Foley are the two receivers left for Wake Forest. Two tight ends on the right side of the line. They'll bring one of those. Johnson in motion right to left. Ashford takes a shotgun snap. Rolling right. Throws up the right sideline. Incomplete. Too tall for Racanelli. Up at the 45-yard line. Tyler Lockhart in coverage for Mississippi State. And it brings up 3rd down and 8 for the Deacons with 9:24 to play in the first quarter. Wake leads at 8-3. Sterling Burkhalter will split out wide left along with Sawyer Racanelli. A single receiver right for Wake Forest is Hernandez, tight end on the right side of the line. They'll motion the running back Clark out into the left flat to give him 3 receivers that way. Play clock is at 8, and Mississippi State has taken a timeout.
So here's what happened. We only had 10 players out there. Now,
second team charge timeout, Mississippi State. Timeout the field.
Here's what's happening right there, Neil. We said on the pregame show with Marcus,
this is a 30-second timeout.
You've got 2 young coaches, Errol Thompson coaching the linebackers, Tim Washington doing a lot with the defensive line. One of the challenges, especially when you consider that Neve Sanders is going to go in and out. If Isaac Smith was playing in the game today, he stays out there at the SAM regardless of personnel groupings. We're going to do it differently today. So you take young coaches with new personnel, and you're going to have some substitution issues. It's just sort of part of the growing pains that we have because things are just different for this game.
Here's a chance for State to get off the field. Wake Forest facing 3rd down and 8 on its first drive of the game. Its points came on a 100-yard kickoff return and a 2-point play after. 3 receivers in the pattern, 2 of them left. That's the open side of the field for Robbie Ashford. Ball on the right hash for Wake as they snap it back to the quarterback. Throws into the dirt. A poor throw that never gave Racanelli a chance. He had set down near the first down marker at the 41-yard line. Nick Mitchell was in coverage. That'll bring up 4th and 8 for Wake Forest, and the punt team will come on for the Demon Deacons with 9:21 to play in the first quarter.
I really like what Matt Barnes did on that defensive series. He disguised pressure, he showed pressure, and then he backed out of it. Again, all in a way to try to confuse Robbie Ashford, and I think he did so. I thought that was a really nice opening series for Matt Barnes calling that defense.
Wake Forest doing a lot of moving around here, trying to disguise some looks in its punt game. Cal Joseph is the punter on 4th and 8 from the Wake Forest 32. State comes after it. Joseph gets it out of there, high end over end. Brennan Thompson waves for a fair catch, comes up and makes that fair catch for Mississippi State near the Bulldogs' 35-yard line. You put your hands up, Jay Perry. You thought he had space to run off to his left.
Well, we talked about catching runners on the offensive side. I thought Brennan Thompson could have caught a runner right there. When you're as a punt returner and you get the ball with all momentum going forward with his speed, I really thought that was an opportunity to make an explosive play on the punt return game.
They spotted the ball at the state 26-yard line, a 41-yard punt for Joseph without a return. And Mississippi State starts its third drive of the game, trailing 8-3 with 9:12 to play in the first quarter. Ball on the left hash at the Bulldog 26-yard line. Taylor in the shotgun, takes the snap, man in his face, throws a strike complete to Aiden Williams at the 35-yard line. Breaks outside the numbers across the 40, up to the 45, and tackled at the 47-yard line. So Kamario Taylor completes his second pass. Karan Prunty makes the tackle, and State moves the sticks. A bank first down at the Mississippi State 47-yard line after a gain of 20 yards. Bulldogs have 4 wide receivers in this pattern, 2 each way. Taylor gets a shotgun snap, pocket collapses. He will run off to his left across the 50, a first down. Gets into Wake Forest territory, down the sideline to the Deacons 40-yard line. And Kamario Taylor will step out of bounds on the near sideline near the Wake Forest 37-yard line. Chased out by Prunty.
Really similar to the long run that Kamario had in the Egg Bowl. He's shifty, does a nice job. Big guy, 6'4", 230, but he's got a lot of shiftiness in him. Puts the foot in the ground, gets back to the right side, makes a man miss. That is Kamario Taylor.
They spotted it at the 37, a gain of 16, a bank first down for Mississippi State. 8:30 to play in this first quarter. Wake Forest leads the game 8-3. Taylor takes a shotgun snap, pumps once, now races off to his right. Now he's bottled up, and now he's sacked back near the 39-yard line. Wake Forest got pressure up front, and Jaden Loving sacks the quarterback. Ball will be spotted at the 38-yard line, so it goes for a loss of 5. Excuse me, a loss of 3. Brings up second down and 11. Taylor takes the snap, throws right side, too tall for Brennan Thompson, who was trying to work his way back on the far sideline near the 30-yard line. That one sails into the Wake Forest bench and out of bounds. Incomplete pass brings up 3rd and 11, and there is a Demon Deacon down in the Mississippi State backfield.
That's a throw right.
Official time off a player injury.
I think Kamario would probably like back. Not necessarily a layup like we talked about earlier, but that's a ball I think Kamario
time on the field.
That's a throw he can make and really needs to make. He'll settle down, just got to be calm, keep the feet quiet.
So we have a timeout while the training staff comes out to tend to the injured Wake Forest player. Timeout with 7:53 left in the first quarter. Mississippi State will be looking at 3rd and 11 when play resumes, with Wake leading 8-3 in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Kroger app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Hey, it's me, Gus the Gopher for Atlas Energy. I dig all around the yard. Occasionally, I bump into a utility line and get a headache. But if you hit one with your shovel, backhoe, or ditch digger, you could cause a gas leak, disrupt service, or worse. So call 811 at least 3 business days before you or someone else digs in your yard to have those underground utility-owned lines marked. It's free and it's the law. You dig what I'm saying? For more on safe digging, visit atmosenergy.com/811.
This is the 2026 Dukes Mayo Bowl, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, he's like my best friend.
At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My mom has decided to learn to paint, and she's good.
My dad's now into creative cuisine, and I've already put on 6 pounds.
Learning new things comes with age.
My mom, she started forgetting my name and what we're talking about.
Forgetting well-known things doesn't. Memory loss may be a sign of Alzheimer's disease. Early detection gives you and your loved one time to plan for the future. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
You want 8-3, Wake Forest leads Mississippi State with 7:53 to play in the first quarter. The Bulldogs looking at 3rd down and 11. Scrimmaging in between the hash marks at the Wake Forest 38-yard line. State has 3 receivers in the pattern. 2 of those are left. Now they motion Bothwell out to the right to give him 2 receivers each way. Tight end Traore on the left side of the line against a 4-man front. Taylor takes a snap, throws quickly. Right sideline caught by Bothwell, well shy of the sticks. He gets tackled along the sideline at the 33-yard line by Ladarius Webb Jr. It's a pickup of 5 yards, and that puts State in 4th down and 6. And will bring Kyle Ferry out. 1 out of 1 in field goal attempts tonight. He's made from 33. This is going to be a 50-yarder just inside the edge of his range off the right hash. Brought to you by Mississippi Blood Services to try to pull State within 2. Good snap back. Hold is down. Kick is away. It's got a hustle, and this one just gets over the bar. Good. Kyle Ferry needed every millimeter, but he's able to get it across from 50, and Mississippi State has pulled to within 2, 8-6, with 7:12 to play in this first quarter. That's 3 points on the board for the Bulldogs. Remember, you could save up to 3 lives with 1 blood donation. Go to msblood.com to find a blood drive near you. When you give, people live with Mississippi Blood Services, the official blood services provider of Mississippi State Athletics. With that field goal, Kyle Ferry has now tied Joel Logan with 41 career-made field goals, and Kyle is up to 231 career points, 4th in career scoring now at Mississippi State.
Well, we knew Jeff Lebby said 52 yards and in. He felt really comfortable with Kyle, and we got close to testing it right there. Neil, I don't know that 52's working tonight. 50 did. I don't know that we had many more on that one.
All right, so Cordell Bartley's already returned to kick off 100 yards tonight for Wake Forest. He plants his heels on the goal line down to our left. Kyle's got to get some hang time on his second kickoff tonight after he kicked a line drive directly to Bartley after State scored 3 on its first drive. A little more air under this one, and this time Bartley just throws his arms out and watches it bounce 5 yards deep in the end zone for a touchback. Let's check in with Marcus Hunter down on the State sideline. Marcus, Camario Taylor came back out after that timeout, but you saw him getting a little medical attention down there between plays.
Yeah, absolutely. The training staff was working on his hand, and they've still been working on his hand, and they're doing it right now, kind of massaging it, kind of seeing how much it can flex. And I did see Coach Lebby ask Camario if he was good to go before going back in for that 3rd down attempt, and Camario said that he was, and he went back in the game, but we'll see if he continues. Right now, they're still working on that hand. Neil.
All right, thank you, Marcus. Wake Forest with the ball 1st and 10 on the left hash, its own 25. Pistol backfield for Robbie Ashford. Tight end, 2 of them to the right, receiver each way. Play action, rolls right, man in his face, throws complete. That one's reeled in along the numbers at the 25, angling right across the 30, up to the 35-yard line. And the wide receiver gets chased out of bounds by Brylan Lanier. That's Carlos Hernandez, the speed receiver. There are 2 penalty markers down in the Wake Forest backfield.
I'm afraid we may have a roughing situation. Haven't seen a signal yet. Referee is, yep, we're going to have a late hit. It's going to be on us.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense, number 8. 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
That's Malik Silla. And boy, it takes a big play for Wake Forest. It makes it even bigger as the Deacons are going to get this ball now past the midfield stripe after the catch and then the major penalty. This ball is going to get spotted at the Mississippi State 44-yard line.
Yeah, and it was significantly late. I saw on the replay, the TV copy, Malik was late. I mean, he got to him late. Really looked like he could let up. He didn't until you tack on the 15. Boy, that's a big boost for the Wake Forest offense.
Yeah, 16-yard pass followed by a 15-yard penalty. 1st and 10 Wake Forest at the Mississippi State 44. 3 receivers right, and the first run of the night for the Demon Deacons as Ashford hands to Clark running left, and Clark picks his way inside the 40 down to the 38-yard line. A good gain of 6 yards on that first down tote. Tackled by Hunter Washington. 2nd and 4 now for the Deacons with 6.5 to play in the first quarter, and Wake leading 8-6.
Neil, you talk about Jalen Smith and Nick Mitchell. They're in there together. We haven't seen it much this year, but that's something Matt Barnes wanted to do tonight, and he got them out there together.
Racanelli and Burkhalter, the 2 receivers left for Wake Forest. Hernandez, single receiver right. Ashford takes a shotgun snap. State sends everybody. Ashford rolling out to his left. Will just throw this one into the Wake Forest bench. Big time rush from Mississippi State, and Ashford had nowhere to go with it. And he throws it out of bounds to avoid a negative play and bring up 3rd down. So 3rd and 4 coming up for Wake Forest with 6:04 left in the first quarter, and the Deacons leading by 2 here in the Dukes Mayo Bowl. Foley is a single receiver right for the Deacons. The tight end Falai is on the right side of the line. Melvin and Racanelli, the other 2 receivers. Racanelli comes over and makes a triangle with Falai and Foley along the numbers right side. Ashford takes a shotgun snap. He'll run straight ahead and breaks a tackle at the 35 and dives down near the 33 for a first down. Jerron Manning tripped him up after he picked up 6 yards, and Wake Forest moves the sticks. Robbie Ashford using his legs tonight. He's rushed for 14 yards on 3 carries.
Yeah, that's really well done.
3 receivers right, a tight end left. Ashford takes a shotgun snap, throwing deep down the middle, looking for Jack Foley in the front of the end zone, and he overthrows him by 3 yards. It's incomplete, right in the center of the word Forest in the end zone down to our right. Diego Brumfield and Jerron Manning in coverage for Mississippi State. It's 2nd and 10 for Wake Forest. Ball right in the middle of the field for the Deacons at the Mississippi State 33. Bulldogs have committed a roughing the passer penalty that has helped put Wake on the plus side of the 50 for the first time tonight. Racanelli, single receiver left for the Demon Deacons. Carlos Hernandez in a bunch package with 2 tight ends on the right side of the line, and now Wake Forest will take a timeout with 5:36 left in the quarter.
First charge timeout, Wake Forest. 30-second timeout.
Well, there are 14 points, and there have already been 3 timeouts in the first quarter of this game between the 2 teams. You can tell it's been a month since both of them have played a football game.
You know, that's something we probably should have already talked about. You're right, Neil. You sort of have that, right? You have some rust. Here's the other deal. We've talked about it. There have been a bunch of opt-outs. More, what I would say, maybe more in terms of quantity for Mississippi State, but the quality of the opt-out probably affects Wake Forest more. We've talked about the wide receivers and the running back. You get new personnel, you get a long layoff, and sometimes you get that. Robbie Ashford, real quick, has done a really nice job. When he sees that light box, he's taking advantage of it running forward. He's just 1 of 5 in the air, but the legs have carried the offense thus far.
Jamario Clements is the running back, right of Ashford in the shotgun. They've got a tight end and a receiver right, tight end and a receiver tight left. Handoff Clements, running left, and Clements runs through one tackle as he gets inside the 30 and finally gets stacked up just shy of the 25-yard line. But he carries for 7 yards and puts Wake in a good spot here with 3rd and 2 coming up. Calvin Dinkins makes the stop for Mississippi State. On 3rd down in this first quarter, Wake Forest is 1 out of 2. Deacons lead the game 8-6. 100-yard kickoff return and a 2-point play. How Wake Forest has scored its points so far. State scored 2 field goals in the quarter. 2 tight ends and a receiver. That's Hernandez. Tight to the formation right. Single receiver Racanelli wide right. Ashford takes the snap. Running left away from the power. And he has the first down as he cuts down the sideline inside the 20 and gets chased out of bounds near the 17-yard line by Jalen Smith. But another big run for Wake Forest. The officials have spotted this one out at the 17, so it's a gain of 8 and a first down for the Demon Deacons in the state red zone for the first time tonight. 2 tight ends and a receiver, tight to the line, single receiver wide right, a handoff. That's Clark running to his right, and Clark takes it down to the 15 where he's tripped up by Jalen Smith after he picks up 3 yards. 2nd and 7 for Wake Forest. Trips just outside the numbers on the left side. Pair of receivers, Hernandez and Racanelli, wide to the right, leaving Ashford all alone in the shotgun. And the middle of the field is wide open in State's defense. Ashford takes the snap, shakes his shoulders once, pumps, throws into a tight window. That's caught in the front left of the end zone by Kamarian Johnson for a Wake Forest touchdown. In between 2 defenders, Lanier was one of them on the back end of State's defense. And Cameron Johnson scores his first touchdown of the season to stretch the Wake Forest lead to 14-6.
I'm really impressed with Robbie Ashford right there. First of all, he showed a lot of poise and patience. He saw the window and thought it would come open, but he had to wait. The offensive line, you mentioned this earlier, Neil. It's a veteran group. They gave him time. Ashford delivers. Well thrown ball by Robbie Ashford.
All right, so Wake Forest has already scored on a 2-point play. They've got the long snapper over the ball. Everyone else is spread out, and now they'll move into a conventional kicking formation as Connor Calvert goes back to try and attempt the extra point. Good snap back. The hold is down. Calvert, a right footer, boots this one forward, and it is on target. So it's a 14-yard touchdown pass from Robbie Ashford to Cameron Johnson. It's Ashford's 10th touchdown pass of the year, the first grab for Johnson this season, and Wake Forest has a 15-6 lead over Mississippi State with 3:49 left in the first quarter. The scoring drive, 9 plays, 75 yards in 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Jay, Mississippi State's having a hard time defending the run. Wake got 30 yards on 5 carries, and Ashford doing the bulk of the damage with his legs there.
And I think they've been very smart offensively in what they're doing. Depending upon the look they're getting, if it's a big, heavy box, then they're doing a couple of things, one of which we saw on that drive, and that was simply to get Robbie Ashford to outrun him to the outside, and he did it. The nearest defender was Jalen Smith, and he just outran him to the first down marker. When you've seen it spread out a little bit, then you're seeing Robbie Ashford take advantage in the middle of the field, and then for just his second completed pass of the ball game, he does a really nice job, fits it in a tight window. Right now, a team that, look, they beat SMU, 13-12 on a walk-off 50-yarder. Yep. They've got 15 points. Defense is what they hang their hat on, but so far the offense has been pretty good in the first quarter.
And State's offense has sputtered at best in this first quarter, settling for a pair of field goals and 1 punt. So Wake Forest will kick it from left to right. As the kick comes downfield, it is high, and a fair catch will be asked for and taken by Anthony Evans at the 1-yard line. So State gets it at the 25. Bulldogs have started all of their drives tonight, save one from the 25-yard line. 15-6 lead for Wake Forest with 3:49 left in this first quarter. Mississippi Baptist Medical Center was selected as the #1 hospital in Mississippi and the #1 hospital in the Jackson, Mississippi region by U.S. News and World Report for the 7th year in a row. For more information, visit baptistonline.org/MBMC.
Well, keep an eye on Camario. Marcus Hunter in our Columbus Orthopedic Sideline Report told us about the hand. Keep an eye on pressure, and can he grip strength with the football?
State has a tight end West in the slot left. Taylor takes a shotgun snap, hands off to Bothwell, who starts to his left, counters back to his right, and not a lot there as he gets to the 27. That's it, a gain of 2 yards. And State looking at 2nd and 8. Just the one big drive starter, the 51-yard pass on the opening drive for State. Going quick here. Taylor on 2nd and 8. Takes a snap, steps out of a tackle in the backfield, escapes off to his left, gets to the 30, and gets wrapped up at the 30-yard line by Nick Anderson. And Camario Taylor will actually get the 31-yard line. No, they're going to move it back to the 30 now. So picks up 3 to put State in 3rd and 5. Bulldogs had a hard time on 3rd downs early in this game. 0 out of 3. Trips along the right hashes. Now Bothwell, one of those 3, motions back into the backfield and resets on the left side of Camario Taylor. Taylor under pressure. They pick up the blitz. He escapes off to the right, throws incomplete. He had a man in the area, Brennan Thompson, up near the 40-yard line, but Wake Forest with pressure again, forcing Taylor to try and make a quick decision. And Camario couldn't get anything on that throw. And State's looking at 4th and 5 with 2:47 to play in the first quarter, trailing by 9.
That's one, Neil, with a little more experience. Camario Taylor will begin to feel that pressure from behind a little bit. Guy obviously making, as we've talked about, just his 2nd start. So that's going to come. He's going to feel that pressure and get out a little quicker, I think, with a little experience. Tough series, as you said, tough start for this offense right now.
Hernandez waiting to receive the punt of Ethan Pulliam. Gets another nice one out there, and Hernandez dropped it again, and again it goes out of bounds along the right sideline. He has gotten lucky twice tonight. Hasn't been able to field a punt cleanly yet, but he's right up against the boundary, and the ball's taken some great bounces. So Wake Forest catches another break on a muff punt. And they're going to get the ball at their own 23-yard line with 2:40 left in the quarter. Winds up being a punt from Pulliam of 47 without a return. So now Mississippi State's defense got to find a way to get a stop. Feels very dangerous here because the Bulldog offense has been very lackluster in this first quarter. And Wake Forest is taking advantage of the opportunities in this one with the kickoff return, a 100-yarder. And then a scoring drive. Wake has 3 receivers, 2 of those left. Out of the shotgun, Ashford takes the snap. He'll hand it off to his running back, Clements, running right, and Clements doesn't get much, just a yard as he takes it up to the 24. Hunter Washington makes the tackle for Mississippi State. Wake Forest is looking at 2nd and 9 with 2:24 and counting here in the first. And no Damon Claiborne tonight, the leading back 900-yard rusher for Wake Forest. They're doing it by committee after Claiborne declared for the NFL draft. Ashford has done a nice job with 27 yards rushing on 4 carries tonight from the quarterback spot. He's got split backs around him here with 2 receivers left and 1 right off the right hash. He takes the snap, swings it right flat. That one's dropped by Clements. It's a backward pass. State's pounced on it back at the 10-yard line. Jerron Manning able to dive on it for Mississippi
State. The rule was an
State.
incomplete pass, 3rd down.
Now, because you've got an immediate recovery, it is something you can look at. I thought it was really, really close in real time. I thought it was really close. We're getting some replays here in the stadium. It is really close. Now, because you've got an immediate recovery, some of our fans may remember Jet Johnson in the Egg Bowl a number of years ago. It's not going to be reviewed, but boy, the Dogs, we've been so close to getting a break and just can't quite get it.
Tight end on the right side of the line. 3 receivers for Wake Forest, 2 of those left. Ashford off the right hash, takes a shotgun snap. Throwing deep up the left side, not even close. Looking for Sawyer Racanelli, and that ball missed him by a good 15 yards up that far sideline. Lanier in coverage for Mississippi State, and it's 4th and 9 for Wake Forest as the punt team comes on with 1:49 left in the quarter.
Neil, I can't hear Matt Austin. He's our rules official, but on that last replay, it looked like they got the call right. It looked like it was a half a yard or so forward. So I think the officials, Big Ten crew, not my favorite crew, maybe because I got an unsportsmanlike penalty in the Armed Forces Bowl from a Big Ten crew.
You earned it for what it's worth.
I did, but in fairness, you could have called it on Tyson Brown or Mason Miller. I just happened to be the guy that got rung up.
Cal Joseph on to punt for the second time to Brennan Thompson, and Wake Forest takes too much time and doesn't get the snap off.
Second charge team timeout, Wake Forest. 30-second timeout.
So Wake Forest will use its second timeout. Both teams have used a pair of timeouts in the first quarter here tonight. 1:49 left in this opening 15 minutes, and Wake Forest has a 15-6 lead over Mississippi State in what has been pretty ugly game to this point.
Yeah, I was waiting to see the adjective that you were going to put in front of game. I think ugly is probably a pretty good one. You hope, right, that a lot of this is rust, a lot of this is new players, a lot of this players playing in different positions. Both teams need to clean it. Maybe the first team to clean it up wins the football game.
All right, so Joseph will try again after the timeout to avoid the 5-yard penalty. Thompson waiting back at the Mississippi State 30-yard line. Good snap back. Joseph rolling right, gets it out of there, kicks it away from Thompson. Thompson coming over, waves for a fair catch, and he will make the catch. Had a head of steam, but makes the grab near the 36-yard line. See where the officials will spot it at. And then Mississippi State gets the ball back here down 9.
And Neil, I don't understand it. I mean, there is nothing but green grass and opportunity around him. I confess I don't understand that, especially in a game where offensively you've been fairly challenged. You've got to find a spark. I really feel like Brennan Thompson in a punt return could be that spark.
39-yard punt without a return. 1st and 10 Mississippi State. The Bulldog 37-yard line. Taylor in the pistol on 1st and 10. Hands to Bothwell, running right, nothing there. State's offensive line hadn't been able to open any holes in the run game. Bothwell gets back to the line, actually going to lose a yard, back to the 36-yard line. Kurski and Ladarius Webb Jr. there to make the TFL. A 1-yard loss, 2nd and 11 for Mississippi State. Receivers are 2 by 2. Taylor going quick, hands to Bothwell. Big hole up the middle this time. Fluff running in between the hashes across the 40, gets up to the 45 and gets stacked up there after he picks up 9 yards on that carry. Braylon Johnson, one of 2 Deacons there to make the tackle along with Devon Patterson. 3rd and 2 now for Mississippi State. Empty backfield in the gun. Taylor takes the snap. Quick throw left sideline. Caught by Aiden Williams at midfield for a first down. Spins out of a tackle. And Aiden fights his way forward down to the Wake Forest 46 where he's stopped by Nick Anderson after a gain of 9 yards and a bank first down. 1st and 10 Mississippi State. 39 seconds left in the first quarter. Wake Forest leads the game 15-6. Taylor takes the snap, throws quickly along the numbers right side, complete to Brennan Thompson, who takes it inside the 40, and Brennan wrapped up and dumped at the 38-yard line by Ladarius Webb and Nick Anderson of the Demon Deacons after a gain of 8. 2nd and 2. State playing with tempo here. 2 receivers each way. Taylor takes the shotgun snap, play action, throws a dart over the middle, complete to Anthony Evans along the right seam at the 20, takes it down close to the 16-yard line, and he's dropped by Ladarius Webb. They'll mark Evans down at the 17-yard line. It's a pickup of 22, a bank first down for Mississippi State, and the Bulldogs will be in the Case IH red zone when we start the second quarter. After 1 in Charlotte, Wake Forest leads Mississippi State 15-6 in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
This is professional ball player and former Mississippi State Bulldog, Jake Mangum. Mississippi is my home. I've been all over the state and seen just about all there is to see. As a native, joining Farm Bureau was a no-brainer. They're there when I need them, with competitive rates and exceptional customer service. If you aren't already on the team, it's time to join Farm Bureau. Visit favrates.com for great rates on home and auto insurance, or find a local agent at msfbins.com. Farm Bureau Insurance. Go with the home team.
There's team pride, and then there's extra bulldog pride. When I'm carrying the Mississippi State University Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra state gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra Hail State from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go State to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
Back to Charlotte after this timeout for your local station. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
When I smoke weed, I get lost in the music. I like to isolate each instrument. The rhythmic bass, the harmonies on the piano, the sticky melody.
Hey, careful, babe. There's someone crossing the street.
Sorry, I didn't see him there.
If you feel different, you drive different. Don't drive high. It's dangerous and illegal everywhere. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and
really just struggled to have any finish or consistency for State in those first two quarters.
Yeah. Let's look at the three keys that Jeff Lebby gave us last night. You got to be able to run the ball. We just have 73 yards running the ball. You have to win an explosive. This is an offense right now that has just 5 explosives, 4 in the passing game, 1 in the running game. And in the passing game, the first one was the first play of the game. Yep. And then the last one was with 1:47 left on the catch by Brennan Thompson. Those are 2, and then catching the runners. We haven't really seen any of that underneath with Brennan Thompson yet. So right now, offensively, Neil, it just has not been very good. There's been no cohesion at all. You've seen Kamario Taylor. The feet appear to be a little bit active, more than it was even in the Egg Bowl. A little bit jumpy, not necessarily. He got into a rhythm briefly, but it was just briefly. And then from that point on, offensive line has struggled some with physicality. And right now, offensively, if you're Mississippi State, you've got just the 9 points. It's been the Kyle Ferry show. But something has to change offensively if Mississippi State wants to be in a chance to win the game in the second half.
We'll hear from Marcus Hunter in just a bit, who was in that State locker room to give us a little bit of insight on what Jeff Lebby said to the Bulldogs as they get ready to start this second half. Wake Forest will get the kickoff to start the second half of the game with a 6-point lead as we check in with Marcus Hunter for a Columbus Orthopedic sideline report. Marcus?
Hey, Neil, one of the things that Jeff Lebby was very passionate about in the locker room was doing your job and finishing drives. We've talked about it. Mississippi State, 3 field goals in this game, not able to finish any of those drives. He put a lot of emphasis on finishing those drives, and also that 4th and 1 they did not convert. Conversely, the offensive line had a stern talking to from their head coach about finishing as well. And one of the things that a lot of players also talked about was the fact that this is the last game for a lot of seniors who are out here on the field tonight, and they want to send these guys out with the win. And they also did not like the way that Wake Forest was barking at them as they were going into the locker room, saying inside that we are in the SEC, we have to take the fight to them and go out and win this game in the second half, and that is what the Bulldogs plan to do. Neil?
All right, Marcus, thank you. Yeah, both teams, interestingly here, use the same tunnel to go to the locker rooms. The officials had to hold the Wake Forest team on the field. State went off first because they used the tunnel on the State sideline. And then you could hear going back through the tunnel as Marcus walked in with the team. You could hear the barking going back there. A Wake team that feels very confident, leading 15-9 as we start the second half. Barry sends this one downfield, and a fair catch asked for and taken at the 1-yard line by the Deacons. So Wake Forest will have it at the 25 to start the second half, 1st and 10. Jay, what do you like about State's defense first half?
Yeah, I really thought Matt Barnes did a nice job of mixing it up. He said he was going to disguise a lot of the pressure. He's done that. Neve Sanders, Jalen Smith, the 2 that really I thought did a nice job in terms of bringing pressure, did a really good job of using the safeties, showing a look, and then backing out of it. Defense played pretty well in the first half.
Shotgun formation for Robbie Ashford. He's got Ty Clark to his left as the running back, 2 receivers right. One of those, Racanelli, in motion from the slot. Handoff goes to Clark straight ahead. A huge hole as he races across the 30 to the 35, tackled at the 36 after a gain of 11 by Hunter Washington. And a first down on the first play of the second half for Wake Forest. 14:40 to play in the third quarter. The Deacons lead it by 6 over Mississippi State. Second all-time meeting between these two teams. They met in the Music City Bowl several years back. Tight end on the right side of the line, 2 receivers left. A single receiver, Hernandez, is right. They'll bring him in motion, right to left. Ashford fakes a handoff to him. Now the quarterback rolls to his right, throws, and dropped. Along the right sideline at the 42, in the hands of Carlos Hernandez. Jerron Manning got his hands on him as the ball got there. Might have forced him to drop that one. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, I think Jerron did. I think maybe he got his hand in there. Nicely done. Manning studs. He sees it. He sees him leaking out of the backfield. Racanelli, rather. Jerron Manning did a really nice job. Closed, gets the hand in there, knocks it away, forcing a 2nd and long.
Burkhalter, single receiver left for Wake Forest. Tight end and 2 receivers right for the Deacons. They'll motion one of those. Clements out wider to the right along the boundary. Ashford gets the snap. 5-step drop. Throwing deep down the right sideline. That one's caught behind the defense for Wake Forest. It's Foley, and he'll run into the end zone for a Demon Deacons touchdown. No one near Jack Foley, who ran under that ball at the state 10-yard line. Lanier was giving chase, but he's able to find the end zone, and Wake Forest, with a big play in the pass game, takes a 21-9 lead.
We've talked a couple of times about showing a one-high safety and then bailing a second guy out. That time, Hunter Washington was back there, and then I don't know if he just sort of fell asleep a little bit, but he just absolutely ran by him. The freshman Jack Foley just absolutely ran by Brilo, tried to give chase and catch up, just unable to do so. And so now that's the 6th explosive play, and in a game with an offense that's not explosive, Wake Forest now one more explosive play than our Dogs.
A 64-yard touchdown pass from Robbie Ashford to Jack Foley, and Wake Forest lines up to go for 2, leading 21-9. Ashford in the gun, all alone with a tight end and a receiver left, 3 receivers right. He'll take the snap. He will run right, and he gets to the corner, reaching for the pylon, and he puts the ball on it and gets in for 2. Nothing fancy about that. Big tight end over there motioned in on the left side of the line. Ashford ran behind the blockers, and Wake Forest stretches the lead to 23-9 with 14:06 left in the third quarter.
Yeah, pretty nice job right there by Melvin. They bring him out from the right side all the way around to the left. He gets over. Going to be close to see if he actually got to the pylon or not, but it was just simple math. Hat on hat, they had more.
Rough start for State here, right out of the locker room, giving up a 61-yard touchdown pass. And our first review of the night as they check on the 2-point play. Call on the field was that the try was successful. Our replay reviews are brought to you by Schwartz & Associates Injury Lawyers. One call, that's all.
I would expect this will be upheld. I think they were checking 2 things. Did his foot touch out of bounds, or did he lose control of the ball before it touched the pylon? On the replay, I've got it good. I think his foot stayed inbounds. I think he had firm control of the ball as it touched the pylon, then lost control after he did so. I have it as good. I think probably we will see this being upheld. But, Neil, right now, we talked about it. In fact, we just bragged about the defense, and they go to sleep on the back end. The freshman beats them over the top 60-plus, an explosive play. And then for the second time, they're able to get the 2-point conversion. Marcus, what'd you see down there?
Well, in the locker room, Jeff Levy was saying that the defense was keeping them in this football game, and obviously what just happened is not what they wanted to see coming out of the half. They wanted a 3-and-out. That did not happen, but the defensive coordinator here on the sideline told his team, that one was on me. That was on me when they came back to the sideline, and so maybe it was the play call, but the coordinator is taking responsibility for that touchdown.
In our sideline reports tonight, brought to you by Columbus Orthopedic, you might have heard Gregory Blum in the background, the referee from the Big Ten, say that the call on the field of the 2-point try had been upheld. So it's 23-9 Wake Forest, and have to give the Deacons some credit. They're without 3 key pieces of their offense in this game tonight. Jack Foley, a guy who has not made a ton of plays for him, hasn't been really involved in their offense, with a touchdown catch tonight, the 61-yarder. The kickoff return from Bortley, a guy who was not one of their regular kick returners this year, and Cameron Johnson, the tight end, with a touchdown grab, his first of the season. They've got guys who have stepped up in this game so far to help them build this 23-9 lead. So now Wake Forest will kick off. State's got the tandem of Thompson and Anthony Evans deep, and this one's going to sail 4 yards deep in the end zone for a touchback. Country Pleasing Sausage, a family-owned company in Florence, Mississippi, is proud to be the official sausage of the Mississippi State Bulldogs. The same delicious Country Pleasing sausage served at Davis-Wade Stadium is also available in over 600 of your local grocery stores and many restaurants across the South. Just say Country Pleasing, please. State players shaken up on the kickoff, and the medical staff out to take a look at the 20-yard line.
This is an important offensive drive, Neil. We've talked about it a couple of times. Offense has been fairly stagnant, have not done a whole lot. Third down conversions, just 2 of 9 so far in the game. First down has been really the only down that we've done well. We've actually been pretty good, 157 yards on first down, averaging almost 9 yards a play on first down. But after that, second down and third down has been really badly done for this offense. This right here is, you feel like, Neil, it's a drive that if you don't get some points, you could be in some trouble, and you could have a bit of a boat race on.
Yeah, it feels like a dangerous time in the game for Mississippi State. They continue to tend to the injured player. We haven't had a look at a number yet. We've got a timeout on the field. We'll tell you more about that when we return to Charlotte. 14:06 left in the third. Wake Forest 23, Mississippi State 9. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Hey y'all, I'm Steve Azar, inviting you to escape to Pearl River Resort, where the fun is going non-stop. Go off the deep end at the South's most exciting water park, Geyser Falls. After the thrills, test your skills at the Dancing Rabbit Golf Club. There's dining delight and love at first sight. And it's always no work and all play at Silver Star and Golden Moon Casinos. So come on, leave it all behind and head to Pearl River Resort.
There's team pride, and then there's extra bulldog pride. When I'm carrying the Mississippi State University Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra state gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra Hail State from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go State to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
This is the 2026 Dukes Mayo Bowl, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Cannon was the player shaken up for Mississippi State, able to get to his feet after some time and walk to the sideline under his own power. And now Mississippi State with a 1st and 10 at the 25 after a touchback to start its first drive of the second half, trailing 23-9 against Wake Forest. Mayo Taylor hands it off on first down to Fluff Bothwell with a man right in his face as he takes a handoff. He'll get back to the line and he'll get turned away for no gain. You know, State in handoffs tonight, Jay, has had very little luck at all. I think Fluff's got 1 run of 9. That's been his best tonight because he just not had much blocking.
Well, and here's the deal. That's a light box right there. That's one. That is a run box, and we're just not able to run.
2nd and 10. They'll hand it off to Bothwell, running right. Now he cuts back to his left, turns it uphill between the hashes, and fights his way up to the 28 for 3. Tackled by Jaden Loving of Wake Forest. And State's looking at 3rd and long here. 3rd and 7 with 13:25 left in the third quarter, trailing 23-9, trying to avoid a 3-and-out on its first drive of the second half. 3 receivers in the set, 2 of them left. Taylor takes a shotgun snap, throwing up the left side. Williams came back to the ball. The 2 weren't on the same page. Mayo Taylor thought he was going to keep extending that route up near midfield. Aiden broke it off around the 40 and cut back looking for the ball, and it falls incomplete at the 45-yard line, and it's a 3-and-out for Mississippi State's offense.
And again, you're in a 3rd and long situation. Now 2 of 10 on 3rd down conversions. Meanwhile, Wake Forest 4 of 8. And here's the other thing. Most of their third down conversions are 5 yards and less. That is a huge difference. Dogs have to find a way to not be behind the sticks.
Wake Forest changes punt returners here as Ethan Pulliam gets the punt away, and this one's going to be fair caught by the Deacons at the Wake Forest 37-yard line. Hernandez dropped 2 in the first half. And Nick Anderson, defensive back, got a chance there and makes a successful fair catch. 33-yard lines where they're going to mark him down at. So Pulliam's punt goes for 39 without a return. And Wake Forest will have it when play resumes. 13:06 to go in the third quarter. Deacons looking for a potential knockout blow, leading 23-9 over Mississippi State. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Inspired by the moments that matter. The last-second touchdowns, the rivals outranked, the play fakes that surprised everyone. Especially the other guy's defense. At C-Spire, we connect you with all of it, on and off the field. With nationwide 5G wireless, fiber home internet, and business IT solutions. Because we're not just in your town, we're on your team. C-Spire, customer inspired.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Kroger app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Back to Charlotte after this timeout for your local station. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
You know what they say. Early bird gets the ultimate vacation home. Book early and save over $530 on a week-long stay with Vrbo. Because early gets you closer to the action. Whether it's waves lapping at the shore or snoozing in a hammock that overlooks, well, whatever you want it to. So you can all enjoy the payoff come summer with Vrbo's early booking deals. Rise and shine. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
The Ad Council. My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
.06 left in the third quarter. Each team has had the ball once in the second half. Wake Forest with a touchdown, State with a 3 and out, and the Demon Deacons have a 23-9 lead over the Bulldogs here in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. With Jay Perry and Marcus Hunter, I'm Neil Price. Bulldog fans score big on savings for game day. Kroger's lowered prices on thousands of items, from snacks to tailgating essentials. Shop in-store or on the Kroger app and save every time you shop. Kroger, fresh for everyone. All right, so State's got to find a way to get a stop here. Wake Forest scores another touchdown, and things begin to look pretty bleak for the maroon and white. Ashford and company go to work, 1st and 10 at their own 33. A handoff on first down, running right. Clark trying to stretch it, gets to the boundary, but not a lot, just a yard up to the 34-yard line. Kelly Jones, first time we called his name down the corner, runs him out of bounds. 2nd and 9, actually going to give him the 35, so a 2-yard pickup, 2nd and 8.
You know, you talk about the transfer portal. You also have guys like Kelly Jones that are going to have to make some decisions about their future, not from a transfer standpoint, but will they declare for the NFL draft? Right now, the number 1 rated cornerback on the board.
Jeremiah Melvin, single receiver left for Wake Forest. They've got a pair of tight ends and a receiver tight left. Ashford takes a shotgun snap, fakes a pitch, steps up into the pocket, throws down the middle, incomplete. Well overthrown for Foley, who had beaten the defense deep once already. He caught that 61-yard touchdown earlier in this quarter, but that one overthrown by about 10 yards. Brings up 3rd down and 8 for Wake Forest with 12:24 left in the third quarter. And the Deacons in front 23-9. Sterling Burkhalter splits out wide left. Racanelli is in the slot left. Single receiver right for the Demon Deacons is Jeremiah Melvin. Now they'll motion Clark, the running back, out to the boundary left side to give him 3 receivers left, a tight end and a receiver right, and leave Ashford all alone in a shotgun backfield. Ashford takes the snap. Pocket collapses. He escapes off to the right, looking downfield, and he'll get chased out of bounds after a short pickup. Cross the 35, gets to the 36. That's all, just one. Malik Silla chased him out of bounds. Good containment by State's defense that time, and it brings up 4th down and 7 for Wake Forest.
When you have a 3rd and 8, which that's been fairly foreign to Wake Forest tonight. They've been typically in that 3rd and medium, 3rd and short. When you have a 3rd and 8, it changes everything. Defense needed to get a 3 and out, get them off the field. Offense has got to put a drive together.
Cal Joseph on to punt to Brennan Thompson, waiting back at the Mississippi State 24. Joseph rolling right, gets it out of there, a wobbly spiral. Thompson comes up, makes the catch to 24, immediately reverses field to his right, turns the corner, 25, up the sideline, 30. Thompson 40 to the 50, into Wake territory to the Demon Deacons 40, and a pile of people gets inside the 35, and finally Brennan Thompson gets tackled near the original line of scrimmage at the Wake Forest 33-yard line. Finally, Brennan Thompson gets an opportunity, and Jay, he makes the most of it with a huge special teams play for Mississippi State.
Exactly what we needed to happen. We commented in the first half, or in the first couple of quarters, or the first quarter, and then a couple of times second quarter, we really needed him to do that. He had a couple of opportunities he didn't take advantage of. He did that time, and now you have an explosive play of sorts on special teams.
Problem is he's banged up at the end of it, made it back to the middle of the field, and now has laid down near the Wake Forest 40-yard line. It's a 43-yard punt by Joseph. Thompson returned it 44, so +1 for State on the punt. And with 11:31 left, the Bulldogs get it back. Thompson to his feet. He's hobbling a little and taking some water as he makes his way toward the team huddle.
Yeah, I think it's just a cramping deal, which I don't understand. Mario Taylor apparently took 2 IVs at halftime for cramping. So, look, I mean, the weather is nice. I'm not really sure where that comes from, other than you had some layoffs here. You haven't played in an actual game experience since the Egg Bowl. But right now we've got some guys having some dehydration issues on the sidelines.
All right, here's a huge opportunity for Mississippi State. Ball at the Wake Forest 33, 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs. Out of the shotgun, Mario Taylor takes a snap, hands to Bothwell straight ahead. A huge hole running down the right hash, inside the 25, down to the 20, and tackled just shy of the 19-yard line by Braylon Johnson. Best run tonight for Fluff Bothwell. 14 yards, and State's in the red zone. Going quickly, handoff, Bothwell running right. This time he's going to get dropped for a loss back at the 20. So Fluff loses 1 to bring up 2nd down and 11 with 11 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. Wake Forest leading 23-9 over Mississippi State. Great punt return by Brennan Thompson has set the Bulldogs up in plus territory.
And I believe for the first time tonight, Neil, Xavier Gayton's entered the ball game. We knew he would play some.
Saw him in the first half late. 1 snap. State has 3 receivers. Thompson is out. Taylor takes the snap, pressured, and sacked. State just got whipped on the right side of the offensive line. Taylor's right side. And he gets sacked back at the 24-yard line. I mean, as soon as he got the ball.
And it's just 4 defensive linemen, and they just absolutely, Cannon Boone just got beat badly at the center spot. Just 4 up front. Again, it could become simple math at that point.
So now it's 3rd and 16 after back-to-back negative plays. 5-yard loss on the sack. Taylor takes a shotgun snap, throws left flat, complete to Sam West, the tight end at the 20, angling left toward the boundary, and gets knocked out of bounds at the 18 by Dylan Hazen. Pickup of 7 yards. That'll bring up 4th down, and State's going to bring Kyle Ferry on for a 4th field goal here with 9:47 left in the 3rd to try to get it to 11.
Well, so many times in the first half, Neil, we said finish, 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 and the offense again after you get an explosive play, this time on a punt return, unable to do so.
36-yard attempt off the left hash. Snap is back, hold is down, kick is away, and Ferry is on target. Kyle Ferry, 4 out of 4 on field goal attempts tonight. He's pulled Mississippi State to within 11. It is a 23-12 lead for Wake Forest with 9:24 to play in the third quarter. That's 3 more for the Bulldogs. Remember, you can save up to 3 lives with 1 blood donation. Go to msblood.com to find a blood drive near you. When you give, people live with Mississippi Blood Services, the official blood services provider of Mississippi State Athletics. Kyle Ferry is now 17 out of 20 on the year in field goal attempts. And State glad to have him tonight. Searcy, Arkansas native, has been called upon and has answered the bell every time to this point. State unable to find the end zone here as we close in on the midpoint of this third period.
That completion to Sam West was the first completion after 4 consecutive incomplete throws by Kamario Taylor. He had gotten in a rhythm in the first half when he completed 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6 actually, but then he really struggled throwing the football.
State kicks off. Ferry sends it downfield right to left, and this one will be taken at the 1, a fair catch, and Wake Forest will get it at the 25. Had that 100-yard kickoff return. First time State kicked off tonight after scoring a field goal in the Bulldogs' opening drive. But fair catches since for Wake Forest, and now State's defense just forced a 3 and out. Trying to force another one here. Wake's asked for it to be spotted on the left hash at the 25 down to our left. Got an 11-point lead and 9:24 left in the third quarter here in Charlotte. Ashford has split backs around him. Ty Clark is one of them. I think Clements is the other. Tight end flexed out to the right, and as Ashford gets the snap, penalty markers fly. Play is blown dead.
Ball start. Offense number 65. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Probably pretty fortunate for Mississippi State. We talked about the challenges with personnel and the challenges with having to get guys in and out with Isaac Smith, the Sam backer, not being able to play tonight after the surgery. So you're having a tough time. You got to figure out the personnel first, and then that calculates in who you're going to put in. Really struggle to get Nevea Sanders in position that time.
1st and 15 for Wake Forest, back at its own 20. Same formation, split backs. Ashford takes a snap, fakes a handoff, throws right side complete along the right hash marks, and his receiver, Carlos Hernandez, tackled right where he caught it at the 29 by Jalen Smith after a gain of 9 yards. So it's 2nd down and 6 for the Demon Deacons. Ball on the right hash now at the Wake Forest 29-yard line, with State looking for another stop on defense here. Wake has a touchdown in the second half. A 61-yard bomb from Ashford to Foley on the first drive of the half for the Demon Deacons. Tight end and a receiver right, single receiver left, split backs. Ashford takes a snap, throws complete in the left flat to the tight end Cameron Johnson, who has a first down as he runs up the sideline across the 35 and gets knocked out at the 39 by Nevea Sanders after a gain of 10. So they're making some adjustments, Jay, with formation. Split backs, throwing to the tight end of the flat. We didn't see much of that in the first half.
Yeah, we didn't really think we would see any split backs at all. We thought we would see no personnel groupings of 21, anything with 2 backs, and you're seeing that some. Also, keep an eye on Carlos Hernandez. He went out after the play before, leading receiver for this Demon Deacons team, went out favoring his legs. Let's see if he returns for the Deeks.
Burkhalter, Foley, and Racanelli in a triangle outside the numbers left side. A handoff on first down. Clark straight ahead, a huge hole as he runs up the left hashes across the 45 to the 50 and gets tackled at the State 49 by Hunter Washington. A 12-yard run and another first down for Wake Forest, going quickly. Same formation, a screen, complete left side to Sterling Burkhalter, and Burkhalter gets forced out of bounds on that left sideline at the State 46 by Darian Gillette after he picks up 3.
I like what Jake Dickert and this offense for Wake Forest they're doing. They've made some really good adjustments. When they're seeing the look they like with 5 or 6 defenders in the box, if you will, then they're over. It's hat on hat. They're getting the space. They're running the football really well. Doing a nice job is Ty Clark.
Trying to win a 9th game for the 4th time in program history. Split backs around Ashford, a receiver each way as he takes a shotgun snap. State blitzes. They're able to pick it up. They throw complete for a first down outside the numbers left side. Pulled in by Falai, the tight end, and knocked off his sticks at the 35-yard line by Brandon Jennings after a gain of 11. But Wake Forest marching here with 6:55 to play in the third quarter, leading 23-12. 5 plays on the drive that have covered 30 yards so far. Ashford 3 of 3 passing for 23 of those 30 yards. Burkhalter, single receiver left. Racanelli, single receiver right. Split backs around the quarterback. Now they'll motion both those receivers to the right side. They set up a swing to Burkhalter with a blocker. Able to make one man miss. Gets to the 35, down to the 34. That's all. Pretty nice defense by Mississippi State. They hold him to 1. They'll bring up 2nd and 9, and there is a Bulldog injured at the end of the play. One of the guys who was in on the tackle, I think that's Jerron Manning.
Timeout on the field.
Training staff out immediately to look at Manning. State is thin at that corner spot. Brumfield, Manning, and Jones having to do all the work at the corners tonight. And we have a timeout as the training staff goes out to look at Jerron Manning. 6:17 left in the third. Wake Forest leads Mississippi State 23-12 in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Bulldog fans, this is head coach Jeff Levy. For over 30 years, Columbus Orthopedics has been the trusted team physicians, ensuring our athletes perform at the top of their game. Whether you're an athlete striving for victory or someone seeking relief from pain, if you want to recover like a Bulldog, visit Columbus Orthopedics. Experience the difference trusted expertise makes, and trust one place, Columbus Ortho. Visit columbusortho.com and discover why they're the leading orthopedic clinic in Mississippi.
This is professional ball player and former Mississippi State Bulldog, Jake Mangum. When you got everything on the line, you need a team behind you that's dedicated to getting the job done. That's why I love Farm Bureau. Their great rates are supported by a wonderful customer service team that stands by me through thick and thin. It's time to join Farm Bureau. Visit favrates.com for great rates on home and auto insurance. Or find a local agent at msfbins.com. Farm Bureau Insurance. Go with the home team.
Mississippi State football lives here.
You can wrap it in maroon and white.
This is the 2026 Duke's Mayo Bowl on the Bulldog Sports Network from Learfield.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Jerron Manning was a little banged up for Mississippi State, but got to the sideline without help from the medical staff. And now play resumes with 6:17 to play in the third quarter. Wake Forest about to run the 7th play of this current drive, a drive that's covered 41 yards and taken 3:07 off the clock. Deacons lead Mississippi State 23-12. Ashford with Clark to his right. Takes a shotgun snap, runs off to the left. Plenty of room as he gets inside the 30. Dives down inside the 25 to the 24 for a first down. Jalen Smith there to finally get him stopped after a gain of 10. And now another Mississippi State player is down at the end of the play. And it's a cramp again. That's Brylan Lanier. We mentioned we've seen some cramping out there tonight. We've seen it from Kamario Taylor. We've seen it from Brennan Thompson. Now we see it from Lanier.
Yeah, just an interesting thing. I don't know exactly what to make of it. But I tell you, one thing I know is that Robbie Ashford's doing a really good job. Nearly started the ball game, just 3 of 8 throwing the football. He's 6 of his last 7, 12 of his last 15. And what that does is when he has shown the ability to throw the football, it does things like that right there. It opens up the middle of the field. He gets the box he likes. He's able to run and pick up big chunk yards running the football. We talked about those explosives. Right now, 5 explosive plays for Wake Forest in the passing game, 4 in the run game. Mississippi State, just 4 in the passing game, 2 in the run game. That is a stat that Mississippi State, we have to win in explosive plays if we're going to win the football game.
All right, so Lanier really needs some help here to get off the field, and he's got a member of the medical staff under each arm and is putting not putting any weight at all on his right leg as he gets help to the sideline. Brylan Lanier with an interception tonight, his 4th of the year. Final game for him in a Mississippi State uniform. Joined the program from East Mississippi Community College a few years back. Tuscaloosa native, having the best year of his career, his final go-around. Played some cornerback. He says part of the reason he became a better pass defender because he was forced to play corner some last year, now back at safety. As Wake Forest comes back out here leading 23-12. 7 plays deep into this drive, a drive that's now covered 51 yards. 1st and 10, ball just inside the left hash at the Mississippi State 24-yard line. Deacons huddle up. Now they break the huddle quickly and send a tight end to the left. And they've got a triangle built on the right side of the offensive line with a tight end and 2 receivers. Ashford fakes a pitch, runs left, turns downhill, and gets down to the 20. Picks up 4 on 1st down. Robbie Ashford has run the ball well tonight for Wake Forest. Up to 40 yards rushing in the game now on 7 carries. 2nd and 6 coming up for Wake Forest here from the state 20. Right here at the doormat of the red zone. 23-12, the Deacons lead with 5:13 left in the 3rd. They'll hand it off. And this time it's the running back Clark going right, and he picks up 5 down to the 15. Tackled by Jalen Smith. Wake Forest moves the sticks again. Actually going to be just shy of moving him. They mark him just shy of the 15-yard line. 3rd and less than a yard. They go quickly. They'll hand it off. Clark running right, breaks a tackle at the line, runs through a man at the 10 and gets tackled down at the 8-yard line. Picks up 7, but Wake Forest just more physical than Mississippi State right now as Kelly Jones steps up to make the tackle. But it's 1st and goal for the Demon Deacons at the state 9. Single receiver left, triangle on the left side of that offensive line. Ashford takes a snap, throwing one-on-one, front left to the end zone, incomplete, but flags coming everywhere. Looking for Foley, one-on-one on that left side against Javen Williams, who never got his head around to find the football in the front left of the end zone.
Defense number 15.
Yeah, when you don't get the head around, it's not the same as in the NFL. When you don't get your head around and you've got your hands on the receiver, there's the talented freshman that caught the deep ball earlier for the touchdown. They're going to call that almost every time, and indeed, that was the call there. Neil, this is a drive that, look, 23-12, Dogs got the field goal to cut it from a 14-point game, but again, you feel like as the clock now under 4.5 minutes in the quarter, you feel like if you don't get a stop here, boy, and then you don't score, it becomes a tall fourth-quarter task.
Foley single receiver left, out of the gun from the 2. Ashford takes a snap, he keeps, and he runs behind the center of his line and in for a Wake Forest touchdown. Robbie Ashford has thrown for a couple tonight, and now he has a rushing score, his 8th rushing TD of the year. And Wake Forest extends its lead to 29-12 thanks to a 2-yard scamper by number 2 in black and white. 4:19 left, 29-12, Wake Forest here late in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, that was just a pretty easy drive right there. I mean, they just did exactly what they wanted to do. They take over on their own 25 after the fair catch, after the Mississippi State Kyle Ferry field goal. 11 plays, 75 yards, and Neil, that was pretty easy.
Here's a snap back for the extra point. The kick is away, and this one is on target for Connor Calvert. to make it 30-12. Wake Forest with its second touchdown in the third quarter. State with just a field goal out of the locker room so far, 30-12. The Demon Deacons in front with 4:19 left in the third quarter here in Charlotte.
I mean, you look at the drives, and it has really been a tale of two halves defensively. The first half, Wake Forest goes punt, touchdown, punt, 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 interception. And then here in the second half, you've got TD, punt, TD. It has been a tale of two halves. It's been very odd. I thought in the first half, we were pretty physical defensively. I thought we really matched any physicality they had. But here in the second half, we have just really lacked physicality, especially along that defensive line.
Yeah, State has given up 310 yards tonight total in the game. 201 of that through the air.
But again, you go look, 160 yards, total yards in the first half for Wake Forest. They've already got 150 yards, and we're not even through the third quarter yet.
Yeah. So Wake Forest will kick off. It'll be Calvert to send it downfield left to right. And a kickoff, not a good one. Angling toward the far sideline, and this one goes out of bounds. Just hooked that one from the jump. And State will get good field position here. 4:19 left in the third as they'll get the ball 35-yard line.
First down.
Field goals, no disrespect to Kyle Ferry, who's been good tonight. 4 out of 4. Just not going to cut it now. Down 18 points with 4:19 left in the third quarter. State's got to find a way to get it in the end zone, get a little mojo going on the offensive side. Camario Taylor, 8 of 16 passing for 153 yards tonight. He's rushed for 47 on 14 carries. He's got a tight end and 2 receivers to his left, a single receiver right. Ball on the right hash at the 35 as State starts this drive. Taylor takes the snap, fakes a pitch, runs around the right end, breaks a tackle at the 40, outside the numbers 45, has a first down and gets tackled up at the 46-yard line. And Camario Taylor slow to get up, still lying on the ground after that tackle with a hand on either side of his helmet. Now puts his arms over the top of his face mask, writhing in pain after he was tackled by Frank Casano. Gain of 11 yards. Taylor missed some time in the first half of the game late, dealing with issues with his hands. Luke Kromenhawk had to come into the game. Luke's in the transfer portal. He's the only guy who is in the portal on the State team that is on the trip, part of the game tonight, and offered to do that because State needed a backup quarterback. Jeff Levy said of Luke Kromenhawk earlier this week he had been a great teammate, and he was really excited about what the future held for him. Another guy who will benefit from a program where he's got a chance to play more. But the training staff right now looking at Camario Taylor, and Luke may be called into service again here late in the third quarter with the State signal caller down.
Yeah, I think he will be, Neil. On the replay I saw, helmet goes directly into the turf, driven into the turf. So not necessarily suggesting it's a concussion protocol type injury. Looks like it might very well even be a neck issue because it went pretty hard directly into the turf. I think that's what they're looking at right now, obviously making sure he's okay. You can see Thomas Callens, head trainer, does an incredible job. Camario now up, walking off the field on his own power, but I would expect you will see Luke Kromenhawk for certain. Probably, obviously, he'll have to play this play, but I would expect you will probably see Luke Kromenhawk for the rest of this series.
I think it's a good call on the neck, too, partner, because as Camario jogs off, he's got his right hand rubbing the back of his neck as he makes his way into the tent on the State sideline. So Kromenhawk's back in for the second time in the game. 1st and 10, Mississippi State at its own 46-yard line, trailing 30-12 against Wake Forest with 4:05 to play in the third quarter here in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Thompson, single receiver right. 2 receivers left. Evans in the slot. Aiden Williams is wide left. Tight end Traore on the left side of the line. Evans in motion from left to right. Kromenhawk takes the snap, fakes a handoff, now runs right. 2 blockers out on the edge. He'll use those to get across the 50, down the sideline, and gets knocked out of bounds just shy of the first down at the Wake Forest 46-yard line. Luke Kromenhawk runs for 8. And it's 2nd down and 2 for Mississippi State. Kromenhoek in the gun, tight end offset on the right side of the line, a receiver each way. Bothwell, the running back, takes a handoff here. Straight ahead, but again, not much. And he's going to get stacked up, still pushing the pile, still driving enough to get the first down. Credit to Fluff Bothwell for continuing to churn there in a pack of people, and he gets the pile pushed past the Wake 45 down to the 44. A pickup of 2 yards. Aiden Hall and Frank Casano finally stopped his forward progress, and it's a bank first down for Mississippi State. 1st and 10 Bulldogs. Ball on the right hash at the Wake Forest 44. 2:58 and counting here in the 3rd quarter, with Wake Forest leading 30-12. 3 receiver pattern, 2 of them left. Traore, the tight end, in motion from right to left. Handoff Xavier Gayton running right, trying to stretch. Just nothing there. State's not had any luck running wide with the running backs tonight, as Gayton gets knocked out of bounds for no gain at the 46 by Dylan Hazen. Excuse me. Yep, the 44. Excuse me. 2nd and 10. West in at tight end. He's in the slot right. 2 receivers left, 1 right for State. West in motion. Kromenhoek gets the shotgun snap. Play action. Loads up. Throwing deep down the middle of the field. And that ball's caught in traffic by Anthony Evans at the 5-yard line. And he's tackled near the 4. Pops up, spins the ball like a top on the right hash marks as Miles Turpin saved him from scoring a touchdown. What a catch by Anthony Evans III. They spot him down at the 4-yard line, a gain of 41, and State's in the Case IH red zone. Kromenhoek hands off Gayton straight ahead, and again, not a lot. Gets to the 4, pushes the pile down to the 3 for 1.
They'll go back to that Anthony Evans catch. Jeff Lebby has said best hands on the team. Big, strong hands right there from Anthony Evans. You saw it. Ball was underthrown just a little, but boy, Evans did a great job of getting his hands on the ball, using those big, strong hands. Now, again, how many times have we used the word finish in a game that's 30-12? We have got to get in the end zone right here.
State has not scored a touchdown tonight. 1:10 to play in the 3rd. 2nd down and goal from the 3 in the Case IH red zone. Taylor's back in. Takes the snap. Hands to Gayton straight ahead. Driving his legs to the 2, to the 1, and stopped just shy of the goal line. So Xavier Gayton, some physical running here on his last 2 carries. And now 3rd and goal coming for State with 45 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. The Bulldogs trying to find a way to punch it in for 6. Seydou Traore comes out of the game. Sam West is back in at tight end for Mississippi State. Bulldogs huddled up. Ball rests between the 1 and the goal line, right in the middle of the field, down to our left. Thompson splits wide right. Evans wide left. Everyone else breaks quickly to the line. Taylor takes the snap straight ahead, over the top, reaching, lost the ball, got it back. Did he break the plane? They say no. 4th down. Wake Forest got a surge in the center of that line. Taylor went airborne and stuck that hand out.
Yeah, Marcus, I don't know if you're down there. Did you get a better?
State saying that he got in. They're seeing it on the big boards here.
Yeah, I thought he did as well from up here. I thought he got in. Marcus, could you see?
Yeah, it looked to me like he got in when initially, but when the ball came out, it landed behind the goal. I was kind of blocked by the 4th down marker, but from the replay, it does look like he got in, but it looked like he got in initially when he went over the top.
All right, so Gregory Blum saying they're going to take a look to see if Kamario Taylor was able to break the plane when he went airborne. Our replay reviews are brought to you by Schwartz & Associates Injury Lawyers. One call, that's all.
You know, Neil, watching the replay here in the booth, I'm not sure that he got in. It's really close. I'm afraid it's one of those, however it's called on the field. Now, right there, it looks like maybe he did. Yeah, that last shot, maybe he did. It was almost like he extended, didn't get in, and then went back again.
Question is, though, is his elbow down? Because that would make him down. But there it looks like he's upright, and it looks like the ball has broken the plane. Looking at the same replay you've got, partner.
Yeah, I think you're right. That last look we just got here in the booth looks like the ball. Now, Is he still possessing it? Does he still have control as it touches the front of the plane, the imaginary wall?
That's all that matters. It just has to break it.
Literally, it's just all it's got to do is break through that imaginary line at all and be possessed by the runner. If it does so, then, of course, that's going to be a touchdown. A badly needed touchdown, Neil.
Boy, you're not kidding. 30-12. Wake Forest leads it. No time left on the clock here in the third quarter. State has not scored a touchdown tonight. Mayo Taylor tried to go over the top to score one on the last play. State's bench in real time thought he was able to break the plane reaching over the goal line. It was called short on the field, and now here is the call after review.
After review, the runner possessed the ball and broke the goal line plane. It is a touchdown.
Touchdown, Mississippi State.
You know, what a great job, because when Mayo initially reached over, I don't think he broke it. He brought it back in and then reached a second time, and I think that's when it broke the plane. That is an athletic move, and boy, partner, we needed the touchdown. Now all of a sudden, you're going to probably go for two. Offense is out there. You've got a chance to cut it to a 10-point game on an untimed two-point conversion play.
So it is 30-18 after the touchdown. A 12-point game. State trying to make it 10 if it can finish the two-point play. Taylor in a shotgun here. Ball in the middle of the field at the 3. Traore, a tight end on the left side of the offensive line. Two receivers, Williams and Evans to the left. Thompson in the slot right for Mississippi State. And out wide right, is that Seth Davis, 23 out there? What it looks like from up here. Here's the two-point try. Taylor gets the snap. He'll run, jump pass in the back of the end zone. Caught by Traore for 2. The try is successful. Flags come in after the play.
You know, here's what I don't get. They're going to call Traore. He jumped in the stands, had his cup of tea like he does. He's from London. But how many times have we seen players in bowl games jump in bowls of cereal and stuff like that, and they don't call it? But yet this Big Ten crew, they're going to call a penalty on that. Come on, fellas. I said all along I didn't like a Big Ten crew, and they've showed it tonight.
Well, the try is successful, but there are markers outside the back of the end zone where Traore went to celebrate. They haven't put the 2 on the board yet. Actually, I have put them on the board. I'm sorry, 30-20. And the officials are talking this over. I don't know what there is to talk over. If you're calling a celebration penalty, that seems like it would be pretty cut and dry, but this is a discussion among the entire crew.
There's a joke in there somewhere about the entire Big Ten crew having to get together and talk about it, but I'll leave that one alone.
Here's the call.
The two-point conversion successful. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 8 of the scoring team. That 15-yard penalty will be assessed on the ensuing kickoff. This is the end of the third quarter.
All right, so at the end of 3, it's a 10-point game. Wake Forest 30, Mississippi State 20. 1-yard touchdown plunge by Mayo Taylor, and a 2-point play have given the Dogs a chance heading to the final 15 minutes. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fans section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
This is the 2026 Dukes Mayo Bowl, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Did you know you can opt out of winter? With Vrbo, save up to $1,500 for booking a month-long stay. When thousands of sunny homes are waiting for you, why subject yourself to the cold? Put the snow shovel down, put the parka back in the closet, and don't you dare scrape another windshield. Slip into some flip-flops, consider a sunless tan, and use the monthly stays filter to save up to $1,500. Book your warm getaway at Vrbo.com.
Como madre, calmar a mi familia es lo que hago mejor. Por eso uso Vicks VapoStick. VapoStick te da vapores relajantes no medicados de Vicks. En forma de barra fácil de aplicar sin desorden. Lo uso para mí y para mi familia. Vicks VapoStick. Vapores Vicks relajantes para toda la familia. Y prueba Vicks Vapo Shower para disfrutar vapores Vicks en la ducha. Usar según indicaciones.
And the Ad Council.
Kicks off after the 15-yard penalty on the kickoff to Bartley, who's already got the 100-yard touchdown return. He takes it to 10 for Wake Forest, up across the 20 to the 30, and Cordell Bartley will finally get tackled across the 30 at the 36-yard line. Officials all disappeared when Wake Forest went to the sideline. I was trying to figure out where they'd spotted the ball at. All right. So Wake's got it, 1st and 10, leading by 10, 30-20, 14:53 left in the game. Time growing short and the margin of error very slim for Mississippi State to try and get back in this thing. Wake Forest has trips along the right sideline in a shotgun. They'll hand it off on 1st down, and another explosive run across the 40 up to the 42 by Ty Clark. Actually spotted him at the 43-yard line. Clark picks up 8, and a State player is down, injured back at the 41-yard line. Tanner Johnson made the tackle for the Bulldogs. That Wake Forest offensive line, a veteran group, a lot of redshirt seniors up front for the Demon Deacons. They've done the job tonight, especially in the second half. Physical.
I believe that's Deontay Anderson, Neil, and Brian Lanier, of course, was hurt a couple of series ago. He has not returned, thus Tanner Johnson playing safety right now for Mississippi State. A lot of injuries. Some of those appear to just be cramps. I don't know that that's what this is, however.
Johnson was face down when the training staff went out. Now to his feet, or excuse me, not Johnson, but Anderson. And Anderson gets to his feet. A little slow walking off toward the sideline, but other than that, moving under his own power. 8-yard pickup on that run by Ty Clark on 1st down. So 2nd and 2 for Wake Forest. 14:42 left in the game. Wake Forest leads it by 10, 30-20. Ball in between the hashes at the Demon Deacon 43. Deeks huddled up in those white uniforms, about 3 yards off the ball here. Now they break their huddle. They send a single receiver out wide right. They've got trips tight to the formation left. Ashford in the gun with Clark to his right. Takes a snap, fakes a handoff. He'll run straight ahead, and he's going to get stopped just shy. Got a yard to the 44-yard line. Jalen Smith and Nick Mitchell there for Mississippi State. 3rd and a yard for Wake Forest with 14-13 and counting here in the 4th. Same formation. Tight end right, trips right, handoff. Clark has the 1st down, running right, and gets across the 46 to the 47 up to the 48-yard line for a pickup of 4 yards. So the Deacons move the sticks, and I can't imagine they're going to put it in the air unless they absolutely have to with a 10-point lead. Go to work on this clock here. They've run the ball well tonight. 117 yards rushing in the game.
Well, they're going to be really intentional with the football right now. 10-point lead, 13:40 and counting left in the ballgame. They're going to be very intentional. Bobby Ashford's going to keep it in his hands a lot, and a steady dose of Ty Clark.
2 receivers left. Ashford drops. He throws. Complete. Right flat. Sterling Burkhalter outside the numbers at the 50 into state territory, and he's body slammed along the near sideline, the 46-yard line by Kelly Jones after he picks up 5 yards on first down.
You know, even though...
Actually 6, excuse me, 2nd and 4.
Even though they put the ball in the air, that's a pretty safe throw. It's almost an extension of the run right there. That's a pretty safe throw. Pretty easy throw for Ashford.
Ashford takes a shotgun snap, hands it off. Clark running right, stacked up at the line of scrimmage and driven back. So nothing there on the 2nd down carry. They give him a yard to the 45 before he was turned away. So 3rd down and 3 for Wake Forest here with 12:40 left in the game. Wake leads by 10, 30-20 over the Bulldogs. 3 receivers set, 2 of them right. Now they'll motion the running back Clark out to the right side. He lines up on the boundary as a 3rd receiver. Watch Ashford here. This is when he works his magic with his legs. 4-man front from State. Ashford takes the snap, wants to run, pushing blockers, escapes, and now gets sacked. He spun off to the right to break 1 tackle, but he didn't break the 2nd. State sacks him back at midfield. Brandon Jennings got him for a 5-yard loss. 4th down.
And finally, on a 3rd and short, going into that play, Wake Forest was 4 of 4 on 3rd and 4 or less, and the Dogs get a much-needed stop. Finally, you're seeing some complimentary football that we have not seen to this point in the ball game.
2nd TFL for State tonight. 1st sack for the Bulldogs. On 4th and 8, Cal Joseph on to punt for Wake Forest, and using as much of the play clock as he can. Down to 2, down to 1, now down to 0, and Wake won't snap it. They did, but they snapped it 2 seconds after the play clock had expired.
Play a game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. 4 count.
All right, so they were able to burn some extra time there, and they'll take the extra 5 yards. 11:33 left in the game. Wake Forest leading 30-20. State's defense able to get a stop here. Brennan Thompson waiting to return a punt from Cal Joseph. Brennan had a 44-yard punt return last time he had an opportunity in the 3rd quarter. Does he have a little magic left here? Good snap back to Joseph. Gets it out of there off his right foot. High end over end. Good hang time. Thompson has to wait for a fair catch, and he'll make it at the 10-yard line. So it's a punt of 40 without a return, and that's what Mississippi State will have to work with when play resumes. 30-20, Wake Forest leads State by 10. In the 4th quarter, the Duke's Mayo Bowl. 11:26 to go in Charlotte. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Bully, a most cantankerous canine. English by genetics, maroon by Starkville pride. You'll find him roving the campus and the nightmares of his foes. Ford also has a fan favorite, Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Bulldogs, only at your Mississippi Ford dealer, based on 1977 to 2024 total sales.
Hey, Bulldog fans, got a house hotter than a Mississippi summer or pipes colder than your team's rival? It's time to call Air South Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether it's cooling you down, heating you up, fixing those leaky pipes, or keeping your lights on, Air South's got your back. We're the champions of home comfort, just like your Bulldogs on the field. Call Air South Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical today, where your home is our home field. Call Air South now at 662-304-8412. Air South. We care more.
Touchdown, Mississippi State.
You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Duke's Mayo Bowl on the Bulldog Sports Network from Learfield.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
And the Ad Council.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers.
You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
.26 to go in the game. Wake Forest leads Mississippi State 30-20. So it looks like something happened on the punt that took us to the timeout, because Wake Forest is sending its punt team back out. Brennan Thompson made a fair catch back to State 10, but State's got the return team back on the field here. Here's the explanation.
Mississippi State accepted the delay of game penalty. However, we did not enforce it. We're going to replay fourth down. Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 11:33.
So
11:33, thank you.
State wanted to take the delay of game penalty, which means that the punt play should not have happened. And now Wake's got to punt it again here. So they've reset the clock. The time that came off has been put back on, 11:33.
Yeah, excuse me. No, I thought we had declined it and see if it was going to force a kick into an end zone. Obviously, we accepted the penalty, and now let's see if Brennan Thompson can perhaps get a little room and have another big return like he did last time.
All right, so Joseph will punt it away. 11:33 left in the game. It's a 10-point game, 30-20.
They're going to go after it.
Taking them a little while to get the ball set here, too. Center judge is still standing over it.
Well, and right now, the Mississippi State sidelines, you can see the line judge is now making his way out towards the field. And I think what Mississippi State is saying is you still haven't marked the penalty off, or if you have, you've marked it off to the wrong spot.
Well, it was 4th down and 8, so this should be 4th and 13.
I'm not the smartest
There
guy,
they go.
Now I can, and you can see the Mississippi State coaches were all pointing, and they finally got the line judge to go out there and say, you haven't marked it.
Legends and leaders in that league, but not mathematicians, apparently. So now they finally do get the 5 yards marked off, back to the 45 of Wake Forest, and it's 4th down and 13. Joseph gets a snap, rolls out right, gets it out of there. High, end over end. Thompson waves for a fair catch. He'll make this one at the 14. So all that amounts to about a 5-yard difference, 4-yard difference. He gets this one at the 14 instead of the 10. And that's where Mississippi State goes back to work on offense, needing another touchdown here, trailing by 10, 30-20 with 11:26 left, as the officials have to step in now and separate players from both sides over on the far side of the field. We'll bring in Marcus Hunter for a Columbus Orthopedic sideline update. Marcus, you said the energy has changed on the State sideline.
Yeah, it has, Neil. In the third quarter, it was silent over here. It was dead. There was not a lot of energy. But right after Kamario Taylor scored that touchdown and the 2-point conversion, the energy on the sideline shifted completely. Players are now all standing up, as opposed to most of them were sitting down on the benches, holding their heads down. Now they're excited for the game.
1st and 10 State from the 16. Taylor out of the gun, takes a shotgun snap. He throws complete right side. That one is reeled in along the numbers at the 20 and spinning up to the 24-yard line. State's got a new player in. I want to make sure we get the number right over there. Get back to it after this play. 2nd down and 2 after a gain of 8. Taylor, play action, throws right side complete to Brennan Thompson. Outside the numbers, the 35. Turns uphill and dives to the 39-yard line. Jerron Prunty makes the tackle. There is a penalty marker down.
Roughing the passer. Defense number 55. 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
So that's going to add 15 more yards after that catch. Colin Wilson made the catch for State on the first play of this drive. And now after Thompson's catch and the roughing penalty, State's got it across the 50. 1st and 10 at the Wake Forest 48-yard line. 30-20, Wake Forest leads with 10:53 left. A handoff to Xavier Gayton, running straight ahead, tries to spin out to the right, breaks a tackle, and outside the numbers, gets inside the 45, down to the 43-yard line. So Xavier Gayton runs for 4 yards on that first down carry. Tackled by Kadir Bembele. Actually give him 4 to the 42. Second down, 6. State has 3 receivers and a tight end. Thompson takes the snap, throws a dart, complete across the right side on a slant pattern to San Francisco McGee. Down the middle of the field, 10-5, touchdown, Mississippi State. First touch for the Macomb, Mississippi native. And he takes it all the way for 6.
Boy, and Neil, just like that, you've got a 30-26 pending the PAT. San Francisco McGee, one of 2 young receivers Jeff Levy really singled out as having unbelievable practices in this bowl prep. Didn't know if we would see him much tonight, but was really excited about San Francisco McGee, one of those guys along with Grayson Harris. Big-time score. All of a sudden, we got a ball game.
First touchdown for San Francisco McGee this season. He's pulled State within 4, 30-26. Ferry on to attempt the extra point. Snap is back, hold is down, the kick is away, and it is good. 2 guys playing on their first series tonight, making big catches for State. Colin Wilson with the first, San Francisco McGee with the touchdown catch, 42 yards for the Macomb native, and State is within 3, 30-27 with 10:17 to go. All of our Bulldog touchdowns are brought to you by Trustmark Bank. People you trust, advice that works. Member FDIC. Timeout on the field. 10:17 left. State's back in the game. Down 3, 30-27 against Wake Forest. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey!
During Toyotathon, qualified buyers can get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a rugged new 2026 Tundra. Offer available in select states only. Toyota, let's go places. Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
This is the 2026 Dukes Mayo Bowl, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
With Kevin's Natural Foods, you're just 5 minutes from feeling like clean, protein-packed meals that taste as good as they make you feel. Get that clean eating feeling with Kevin's Natural Foods in the refrigerated aisle.
At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My mom has decided to learn to paint, and she's good.
My dad's now into creative cuisine, and I've already put on 6 pounds.
Learning new things comes with age.
My mom, she started forgetting my name and what we're talking about.
Forgetting well-known things doesn't. Memory loss may be a sign of Alzheimer's disease. Early detection gives you and your loved one time to plan for the future. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
A quick 4-play, 84-yard scoring drive in just 69 seconds has pulled Mississippi State to within 3 here in the Dukes Mayo Bowl. Wake Forest leads at 30-27. 10:17 left, and now the Bulldogs getting ready to kick off left to right. with a chance to put their defense back on the field and try and get the ball back. To see if they can find a little magic here in their first bowl appearance under Jeff Levy. Kyle Ferry runs up to it, kicks this one downfield, angling toward the near sideline, reeled in by Wake Forest, a yard deep in the end zone. Bartley's going to bring it out up the right sideline, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and slammed down at the 36-yard line. But it was another line drive kick, and he was able to get ahead of steam and bring it out of there and gets a big return to the 36 for the Demon Deacons.
Well, I thought we had a block in the back on the near sideline right there. Yeah, boy, to me it looked like the crew missed a block in the back on the return on the near sidelines. But nonetheless, another big return for this Wake Forest special teams. They've been really good. Look, all of a sudden, it's a 3-point game. I mean, we have been fairly, well, not great offensively, and all of a sudden, 4 consecutive completions from Mayo Taylor. It's a 30-27 ball game. The crowd's back alive.
Foley, single receiver left for the Deacons. He owns a 61-yard touchdown catch tonight. They've got a single receiver right. Ashford drops, throws, complete, but dropped for a loss. It was a quick flat pass to Foley, the tight end, and Nick Mitchell filleted Foley for a 1-yard loss back at the 37-yard line.
What is that, alliteration, or what's the word? But I like it there.
Second down and 11. 2 receivers left for the Deacons, a tight end to the right. Ashford in the gun with Clark to his left. 9:38 and counting in the fourth. Wake Forest by 3. 4-man front from State. Ashford takes a snap, hands it off, running left. Clark stretching, gets to the 40 and gets knocked down as he stumbles up to the 41 to the 42-yard line. Picks up 4 yards. That's going to put Wake Forest in 3rd down and a short 7 here. 9:13 and counting now in the fourth quarter. Foley, the tight end, at the top of a triangle of 3 along the numbers right side. Now he moves in motion. 2 tight ends on the right side of the line. 2 receivers left. Ashford takes a shotgun snap. 3-step drop. Looking to his right. Throws underneath. Complete. Up the hashes. 45 to the 50 for a first down. And Clark, the running back who made the catch, gets tackled at the Mississippi State 49-yard line after a gain of 9 by Jalen Smith and Kelly Jones.
Yeah, pretty good job by Robbie Ashford that time. He had to check it down, scan the receivers, didn't see what he wanted early, checks it down, gets the first down with Clark.
Burkhalter back in at a receiver. He is one of 2 on the left side, stacked with Jack Foley. Ashford hands off. Clark, the running back, straight ahead, and he'll fight his way through a tackle and then stumble forward to the Mississippi State 47-yard line. Jalen Smith tackles him after a gain of 2 yards. Actually, I've given him the 46, so a pickup of 3, 2nd down and 7. 8 minutes to play as the clock continues to wind here in the fourth quarter. Wake Forest leads by 3, 30-27. A triangle tight to the line left for the Deacons. A single receiver, Burkhalter, along the hash marks right. Ashford directing traffic. Getting that triangle set. In the gun. Takes a snap. State comes after it. Pressured. He rolls out to the right. Throws off his back foot and throws it into the ground at the 40-yard line. He was throwing to the right sideline for Ty Clark. Threw it at the feet of Hunter Washington to bring up 3rd down.
Pressure creates the errant throw. When you get pressure, you make Robbie Ashford get uncomfortable. He has to roll out to the outside. Much more difficult to throw on the run, even to your right. Get pressure, good things happen.
Wake's done a good job on 3rd down tonight. 7 out of 13. Burkhalter and Racanelli, 2 of 3 receivers right. Now Clark becomes the 3rd as the running back motions out. 2 receivers left, leaving Ashford alone in a shotgun backfield. Quarterback gets the snap. 4 come after him. Now he escapes, rushes off to the left, and diving, gets inside the 40 for a first down. I think, no, they're going to mark him out shy at the 41. He's going to be 2 yards shy of a first down if that spot holds.
I expect 4-down territory right here if you're Wake Forest.
Well, I say the 41. They toss the ball forward 2 yards to the 39. If that's the case, he's going to have a first down.
Yeah, it's a first down. On the replay, it's clearly a first down.
Now they put it down at the 39.
I'll tell you, on the replay, I think that was, yeah, now they're going to get the first down. Here's what Robbie Ashford did. Jennings looped around from the right side. He looped around and came around on the other side. Robbie Ashford saw the void where Jennings looped around, finds the space, picks up the first down.
Wake Forest putting a drive together, 6 plays, covering 24 yards so far, thanks to a great kick return by Bartley to start it. 1st and 10 for the Deacons, leading 30-27. Ball on the left hash to State 39. 2 receivers right, 2 tight ends to the right, and it'll be Ashford who will keep running behind the strength of that line, the right side, and he gets a yard down to the 38-yard line, tackled by Brandon Jennings of Mississippi State. 6:20 and counting here in the 4th quarter. State's pulled to within 3, but the Bulldog defense has got to come up with a stop. Can even afford to give up a field goal. What it can't do is give up a touchdown. That's when things get tough. State trying to change personnel here after a Wake Forest substitution.
You know, we've been pretty good at doing that. A lot of credit to the coaches.
2 receivers right, a tight end on the right side of the line, single receiver left. Ashford turns, hands it off. Clark running left, all kinds of blocking. Out wide to the 30 for a first down and dives down to the 26-yard line. Again, that offensive line of the Deacons showing up in a big way, clearing the path for Clark. Tanner Johnson tackles him down at the 26-yard line after a pickup of 12 and a Wake Forest first down. 5:30 and counting as Wake Forest gets ready to run the 9th play of this drive.
Tanner Johnson having to pull a lot of minutes here in this second half. Brylo went out earlier. I see him in a boot down there on his right foot, so I suspect his evening is done. Tanner Johnson is filling that spot.
Trips outside the numbers on the left side. Tight end right for Wake Forest. Ashford takes the snap. Quick throw, screen to Burkhalter. Right side, Johnson trying to slow him down. He runs through Johnson's tackle. 15, 10, inside the 5, and tackled just shy of the goal line at the 1. Again, Wake Forest making physical plays. And this one goes for 25 and a first down. And now the Deacons are knocking on the door with 4:43 left in the game, leading 30-27.
Well, Racanelli was just simply the more physical player there, Neil. He just was the more physical player. Big receiver on the outside, did a really nice job of picking up the yards, gets a huge first down. Now your goal to go inside the 1. Boy, that is a spot for Robbie Ashford.
Single receiver right is Burkhalter. Now they'll motion a couple tight ends and another receiver, Racanelli, on the right side, and a timeout taken by Wake Forest. Jake Dickert ran all the way down into the end zone to call that timeout, all the way to the back pylon on the right side.
So that's one of the really frustrating things for coaches, because you have to stop at the 20-yard line, right? The box stops at the 20, and the ball's down there at the 1. That is a tough deal. There's no other way to do it other than to sprint all the way down to the goal line and try to get the timeout.
A Wake Forest touchdown would stretch the lead to 9. Extra point would make it 10. So you're talking about 2 possessions again if they find a way to get 1 more yard. 9 plays, 62 yards on this drive, a drive that's taken almost 6 minutes off the clock. It started at the Wake 37 after a great return by Bortley. Bortley's got 137 yards in kickoff returns tonight. The 100-yarder went for a touchdown. His first opportunity back in the first quarter.
Marcus, Nick Mitchell's been really good tonight, but do you have an update on what might be going on with him?
Yes, Nick Mitchell, he's standing on the sideline right now. He's being evaluated by a member of the training staff. They are looking into his eyes and kind of tilting his head and looking at his neck, so it could be an upper body injury.
Burkhalter, single receiver right for Wake Forest on 1st and goal from the 1. 2 tight ends left. Single receiver left is Racanelli. Ashford takes a snap straight ahead, dives, reaching now, and gets it. Touchdown, Wake Forest.
He was laying on top of a player.
Might have heard Marcus say he's laying on top of somebody when he was able to stretch that ball. And Wake answers that state touchdown drive with a huge drive of its own. 10 plays, 62 yards. Ashford with his second rushing score. And with 4:07 left, Wake's up 9, 36-27.
Got to give a lot of credit to that Wake Forest offense. They answered Mississippi State. We had scored 14 unanswered, gotten back in the ball game, cut it to a 3-point game. Got to give a lot of credit. They did a really nice job. Wake Forest on a 10-play, 63-yard drive to extend the lead.
Here's a point after it's blocked by Mississippi State. The Bulldogs pick it up. They can take it back for 2. Down the sideline, it's Kelly Jones. He's going to go all the way. State blocks the point after and returns it. And all of a sudden, the Bulldogs have got life. It makes it a 7-point game, 36-29.
And let me tell you
what
something.
a swing.
You're not catching Kelly Jones. 2 guys maybe on the field. Brennan Thompson and Anthony Evans are maybe the only 2 guys in the building that are going to catch Kelly Jones. What a big-time special teams play.
A block, and then Jones picked it up on the near sideline and ran it all the way back. Neve Sanders, I think, blocked it for Mississippi State. And it's a 7-point game, 36-29, and State's going to get the ball on a kickoff with 4:07 left when play resumes. Timeout on the field. Wild finish maybe in the offing here in Charlotte. Wake Forest 36, State 29. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Trey Willis, left tackle.
Marshall Jones, wide receiver.
Alex Philbin, running back.
Hi, I'm Tim from C Spire. Am I in the right place?
It always pays to have the right players on your team. That's why C Spire gives you fiber-fast home internet, nationwide 5G wireless, and best-in-class business solutions. All backed by local 24/7 support. C Spire, customer inspired.
Bully, a most cantankerous canine. English by genetics, maroon by Starkville pride. You'll find him roving the campus and the nightmares of his foes. Ford also has a fan favorite, Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Bulldogs, only at your Mississippi Ford dealer, based on 1977 to 2024 total sales.
Back to Charlotte after this timeout for your local station. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
What would you do if your online store converted 36% more shoppers? You could take 36% more vacation.
Another pina colada? Yes, please.
Open a new retail location with 36% more square feet.
Fantastic.
Hire 36% more help.
You're hired and you're hired.
Shopify has the world's best converting checkout, up to 36% better than other e-commerce platforms. What you do with those extra sales is up to you. Switch to Shopify today at shopify.com/setup and get a $1 trial. Shopify.com/setup.
Verbo's last-minute deals make chasing fresh mountain powder incredibly easy. With thousands of homes close to the slopes, you can get Epic Pow, Freshies, First Tracks, and more. Find last-minute deals with the last-minute filter on the app. Book a private vacation rental now at Verbo.com.
About gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
(36-29). Wake Forest lead is 7 after the teams traded touchdowns. And on the Wake extra point attempt, Neve Sanders broke through to block it. Kelly Jones picked it up, returned it for 2 for Mississippi State to make it 7. And now Wake Forest kicks off as they send the ball downfield, and State will take a fair catch on the goal line. That's Evans who makes the grab, and the Bulldogs will get it at the 25. With a chance to try and go down and score a touchdown and give themselves an extra point, try and tie this thing with 4:07 to go. Everett Kenner, our spotter, he's seen a lot of Mississippi State football through the years. After Kelly Jones returned that ball for 2, he looked at us and he said, shades of the Snow Bowl. Last time that State had a big one of those in a game, a blocked extra point that got returned for 2.
Was it Julius Griffith that ran it back? I can't remember. I can't remember if it was Julius Griffith or Bean. Yeah, I think Robert Bean blocked it. I think maybe Julius Griffith. Anyway.
1st and 10 State. Ball on the left hash at the 25-yard line. Bulldogs down 7. Taylor, the quarterback, takes a shotgun snap, fakes a handoff to Gayton, throws a backward pass out of bounds. Back at the 14-yard line. Trying to throw it to Gayton. So
Yeah, and they've got it marked.
I was starting to say they signal an incomplete pass, but what it is it's a fumble out of bounds.
Yeah, you were spot dead on it. You're right, Neil. Again, Jeff Levy talked about
the field. That was a backward pass, second down.
Yeah, I think that's the right call, Neil. You were all over it. Jeff Levy talked about especially the growth with Mayo Taylor, and he said, look, he's definitely improved. There's no question about it, and he's starting to grow up some. You know, his body position's improving, but he said he's got to be able to make the layups. That was a layup, and he didn't make the layup.
It's a 7-yard loss is what it is. 2nd and 17 after that backward pass thrown out of bounds. It's now 5 wide for State. Taylor alone in the shotgun on 2nd down and 17 from the State 18. Taylor pressured, escapes off to the right. Looking downfield, dumps it off to Traore along the right sideline at the 25. Sadu runs into 3 Wake Forest defenders up at the 29, and his forward progress is stopped there. So the Bulldogs get 11 back. Dylan Hazen and Dallas Afalava making the tackle.
Mayo Taylor's hurting right now, Neil. He took a shot. You can tell lower body. He is limping mightily on it. Watch that. Also on that play, he wanted Anthony Evans to break deep. He wanted to throw it deep. Anthony Evans broke it off instead.
So it's 3rd down and 7. Taylor's still in there, but hobbling around, and a timeout has been taken with 2:56 left in the game.
Previous plays under further review.
Well, I said a timeout had been taken. The officials want to take a look at this.
Yeah, and I don't know if maybe
Taylor is clearly hobbled.
Yeah,
here.
he's clearly got something going on with the leg. He took a pretty good shot, I think, when he came. I don't know what they're exactly reviewing.
Unless Seydou Traore was on the boundary, that's the only thing I can think of, because if Mayo Taylor was beyond the line of scrimmage, maybe because he scrambled.
Yeah, and of course, if any part of your body is behind the line of scrimmage,
it's
a
legal.
legal play.
Yep.
Just any piece of your body. I think they're seeing if he was still in bounds. We're getting the replay here. Yeah, I think it's going to be a catch. Oh, I don't know. It's close. Mayo took a pretty good hit. And I'll tell you what, watching the replay, Mayo took a pretty good hit that really looked like it was late after he had delivered the ball to Seydou Traore.
Luke Kromenhawk is over near the huddle now, and again, Mayo was really hurt walking off. Here's the review.
After review, the passer was not beyond the neutral zone. It is 3rd down.
So there was no foul or no reason to believe that it was an illegal forward pass, so the play is upheld. 3rd down and 7. And Taylor back out there. His gait has improved since that review. He's walking much better now. Still hobbling a little, but much better than it was. Question is now, with that leg, can he get any drive on the ball here?
Well, just 3 of 12 on 3rd down so far in the ball game.
3rd and 7. Tight end and a receiver right. 2 receivers left for State. Ball on the right hash at the 28. Taylor pressured. Escapes a man. Slides off to his right, throws over the top of San Francisco McGee along the sideline at the 40, and incomplete. 4th and 7. And with 2:42 left, State has the 3 timeouts, but I'm not sure the way that Wake Forest has run the ball in this second half that they can afford to punt it here. I think they're going to have to stay on the field and try to get a 1st down.
Yeah, you would almost, if you think that you're going to go for it, which I agree with you, I'd like to have seen a different play call maybe on 3rd down, knowing you were going to have 2 downs to get it.
All right, 4th down 7. State's got to get it to the 40 or the 35 to keep this drive alive. 2 receivers left, a tight end and a receiver right. Taylor takes a shotgun snap. Wake sends 5, plays blown dead. As Taylor gets the snap, there's a penalty marker. State didn't get the snap in time. Did they get a timeout?
Yeah, that just can't happen.
Penalty.
I mean, that cannot happen. Now you're in a position where you have to punt the football. That cannot happen where you're 4th down and medium. You can't do that.
So Ethan Pulliam comes on to punt with 2:42 left. Again, State's got the 3 timeouts. But that front is going to have to become much more physical in a hurry, because Wake Forest has really dominated the line of scrimmage. Their offensive lines opened some big holes in the run game. Good snap back to Pulliam. Gets it out of there. High, wobbly spiral. Wake Forest calls for a fair catch. Takes a state bounce at the Wake 35 and goes out of bounds. Mark it out on the 35-yard line, so that's where Wake Forest will get the ball. 1st and 10, 2:35 left. And State has 3 timeouts to try and save some time here. And the 2-minute timeout. So you get 4 here. As the Wake offense comes out after a 41-yard punt from Ethan Pulliam without a return. All right, what are the Bulldogs made of defensively here? Ashford in the gun. He's got Ty Clark standing to his right. He's got a pair of tight ends and a receiver each way. Give Clark running right. State steps up into the hole, and they'll stuff him after a 1-yard pickup to the 36. So a good start for State. Jeff Levy takes a quick timeout with 2:26 left with 2nd and 9 coming up. Deontay Anderson and Brandon Jennings make the tackle.
Mississippi State. It's the 32nd timeout. Please reset the game clock to 2:29. 2:29, please.
All right, so State's going to pick up 3 seconds when they reset the clock here. 36-29, Wake by 7. State scored a touchdown, got within 3. Wake put together a long scoring drive. Took more than 6 minutes off the clock, scored a touchdown. Looked like it was going to go up 10. Nevea Sanders blocked the extra point attempt. Kelly Jones picked it up for State, returned it for 2. And now a 7-point game, but State's offense hasn't been able to get anything going. Mario Taylor shaken up on the last drive, visibly having a hard time walking out there. State had to punt. And now the Bulldogs trying to get a stop here to get it back, try to get one more chance. Ashford in the gun, ball on the left hash for Wake at the Demon Deacons 36. Single receiver out wide right is Burkhalter. Triangle tight to the offensive line on the left side. Ashford takes a snap, fakes a handoff. Running right, trying to stretch. State's got him bottled up, and again, not much. They hold him to a yard. Gets up to the 37 for 1. Jalen Smith makes the tackle. State takes another quick timeout with 2:25 left, down to 1 timeout plus the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, the great point. You had 4 timeouts, the 3 in your pocket and then the 2-minute warning. So, hey, look, defense has to get a stop. After you had the blocked PAT, run back for a touchdown, or back for a try, I guess, for Kelly Jones, you put yourself in a position. You got to get a stop. Then you're going to have to get something back going offensively. Been pretty good here of late. I mean, we got the touchdowns, scored the 14 unanswered. Credit Wake for getting one of those back. But you put yourself in a position, Neil, if you can get a stop, you've got another timeout plus the 2-minute warning. You're going to get the ball back with 2 minutes shade under and still have a chance to win the football game.
All right, Robbie Ashford is 19 of 32 passing tonight for 241, 2 touchdowns and an interception. He has run for 50 yards tonight and 2 touchdowns. In the shotgun here with trips along the right hashes. He pitches straight ahead to Clark. Clark around the right side, plenty of room. First down across the 50, 40, 30, foot race at the 15 to the 10, 5, he scores. Wake went deep into the bag. It was a misdirection play. They got the Bulldogs thinking right. Clark came back left and took a forward pass, and he goes all the way in for a touchdown.
Yeah, just a little shuffle pass right in the front. Great, was set up perfectly. He comes from the left side of Robbie Ashford, goes right in front, a little shuffle pass to the front, and he does the rest. Ty Clark has been pretty good running the football, but right there, Ty Clark showed a little burst of speed, and now at this point has effectively put this one on ice.
62-yard catch and run for Ty Clark, who scores his first receiving touchdown of the year because it was a forward pass. 42-29, Wake Forest with 2:15 left. Here's Calvert to attempt for an extra point. Snap is back, hold is down, the kick is away, and it is good. And Wake Forest now with a 43-29 lead over State with 2:15 left. Bulldogs were good on the first 2 plays of that series, But the third, Wake Forest, as it's done so many times in the second half, converted on 3rd and long with a big play.
Well, and I tell you what they did. They brought the left guard, Clinton Richards, 65, just a redshirt freshman. It's a veteran offensive line, but the redshirt freshman, they brought him around. They pulled him from the left guard position. He went over the right side. Jalen Smith was trying to crack back inside to get Clark, but a great job by Clinton Richard. He was able to seal off Jalen, and it was over at that point. And it was a foot race, and the Demon Deacons have put it away effectively now here with 2:15 left.
Yeah, the only thing that could change it potentially is a kickoff return. Some huge special teams play here for Mississippi State. 2:15 left, 43-29. Wake Forest leads it by 14 points. They've never other than 3-0 early. Wake's never trailed in this game. They didn't score a touchdown till the second half, 4 field goals in the first half. As Calvert sends it downfield, high, end over end. Anthony Evans will take it at the 3. Up the numbers to the 10, right side. 15, bottled up, and he'll get shoved back as he gets out to the 18-yard line. And now Evans comes in. He takes a hit. He takes 2 swipes back, and flags come in. Back to the 5-yard line.
You know, and Anthony Evans is frustrated right there because it looked like Wake Forest probably played a little beyond the whistle. Evans was upset. It probably doesn't help that you're down 2 touchdowns, but he was a little bit upset. Definitely going to get him for 1. Now we've got another one. You just saw the hat this time. I think you're going to have at least 3 separate unsportsmanlike penalties right here. Let's see if they talk, because the official that threw his flag, he's out of flags. Next thing he's got to do is throw the hat, and he did so. That's definitely on separate people.
Yeah, at least 3 flags and a hat on the field right now, all inside the 10, all inside the 15-yard line down to our left. So talking to Jeff Lebby about at least one of them. And as yet, they haven't gone to the Wake Forest sideline to ask about any of them.
I would be shocked if at least one of those was not on Evans.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, return team number 3.
There's that one.
Half the distance to the goal. It's number 3's first unsportsmanlike conduct foul of the game.
So wait, that's the only one?
That's the only one, and they went to Jeff Lebby to talk about it.
Well, and here's what I don't get. What's the other flag, and what was the hat? He clearly threw the hat. Again, Big Ten crews, terrible, and we're seeing it again today. I've said it for years. Big Ten crews are just simply not very good.
And the thing is the hat didn't come in until well after they had separated Evans and the first Demon Deacon that got tied up. That came, and the hat was thrown almost in between the hash marks.
Yeah, I mean, I can't understand what this officiating crew is doing.
I can't understand why one guy would throw a flag and a hat for no foul other than the one that occurred to the guy who threw the flag right in front of it when it happened. That is a little bit puzzling.
Absurd.
It is.
Makes no sense.
All right, so the penalty takes the ball back to the 9. That's where Mississippi State's got it here. Clock's not on its side. The scoreboard didn't either. Down 14, 43-29 with 2:10 left. A timeout and a 2-minute warning for the Bulldogs. That's it. Taylor in the gun. 3 receivers in the pattern. He throws left side complete to Evans. Catches a block. Gets up the left sideline 15. Across the 20 for a first down. Knocked out of bounds at the 21-yard line. That will stop the clock. Gain of 11 yards. I say it will stop the clock. It ticks down to 2 minutes. Now it will stop with a warning.
Timeout.
So, 2-minute warning here in Charlotte. 2 minutes left in the game. Wake Forest up 14, 43-29 over the Bulldogs. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Inspired by the moments that matter. The last-second touchdowns. The rivals outranked. The play fakes that surprised everyone. Especially the other guy's defense. At C Spire, we connect you with all of it, on and off the field. With nationwide 5G wireless, fiber home internet, and business IT solutions. Because we're not just in your town, we're on your team. C Spire. Customer inspired.
Bulldog fans, this is head coach Jeff Lebby. For over 30 years, Columbus Orthopedics has been the trusted team physicians, ensuring our athletes perform at the top of their game. Whether you're an athlete striving for victory or someone seeking relief from pain, if you want to recover like a Bulldog, visit Columbus Orthopedics. Experience the difference trusted expertise makes, and trust one place, Columbus Ortho. Visit columbusortho.com and discover why they're the leading orthopedic clinic in Mississippi.
Mississippi State football lives here.
You can wrap it in maroon and white.
This is the 2026 Dukes Mayo Bowl on the Bulldog Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm Kiana, and I leveled up my business with Shopify. Once I figured out that Shopify was a thing, I never turned back. I can create a site with my eyes closed. Shopify thinks ahead of us, and it thinks about the customer more than anything. Every day I'm thinking about some other new business, but Shopify is doing it to me because it's so easy to use. It's like I can't stop. I'm addicted.
Start your free trial at shopify.com.
On the Ad Council. When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone or just taking a deep, calming breath to ground yourself. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org.
Left in the game. Wake Forest leads it by 14, 43-29 over Mississippi State. Deacons trying to win 9 games for just the 4th time in program history. State was trying to find a way to take advantage of a second chance it was given to play in a bowl game at 5-7 coming into tonight, but offense never could get on track in the first half. Made a push here in the second, but Wake's offensive line showed its physicality in the third and fourth quarter tonight, really made some big plays in a run game, short passing game, helped them put some long drives together and score a couple touchdowns to maybe put it out of reach. Taylor on 1st and 10, trying to escape, gets away from a tackler. Now a lot of room to run across the 20, 25-30, gets hit in the leg and tripped up at the 32. Ball comes free back at the 30-yard line.
That was bad.
Taylor is hurt in a big way.
Yeah,
I mean, his leg got bent in a way it's not supposed to go on a low hit, and he is sliding as the training staff comes out trying to pull himself forward with his arms.
Is that the runner fumbled the ball, recovered by the defense. First down.
So the ruling is that Wake Forest gets the ball back, and State may have much more to worry about here after Taylor took a tough shot down round the knee and does not look good as the training staff runs out.
The ruling that the runner fumbled the ball, recovered by the defense, is under further video review.
Yeah, it's bad. You also see members of the Columbus orthopedic staff out there, not just the training staff. You've got the orthopedic team out there. It did not look good in real time and on the replay. Boy, it does not look good, guys.
1:46 left. And a guy that is clearly had the future of this program placed on his shoulders now.
Yeah, I think they're going to go get the cart. It looks like they are signaling to bring the cart out there to get Camario Taylor.
Maybe looking at, and again, we don't want to speculate, but could be looking at an injury that could be significant here. As he was spinning out of that tackle, he broke up the left hash marks, got across the 30, and a Wake Forest player came in trying to wrap him up, and Camario was spinning, and the shoulder goes into the leg, and again, his leg just looked like it turned in an unnatural direction. And it could be the worst way to end what has been a tough night for Mississippi State. They're taking a look at the play to see if Camario was down before the ball popped out. Of course, that's not front of mind for anybody on that State sideline right now.
Yeah, the training staff, Neil, has signaled they're trying to get the cart.
After review, the runner's arm touched the ground before losing possession. It'll be first down for Mississippi State.
All right, so State's going to keep the ball. Here comes the cart from behind the State bench. Our replay review is brought to you by Schwartz & Associates Injury Lawyers. One call, that's all. As the attention turns back to Mayo Taylor. What a tough way to end this one. 43-29 Wake Forest, and now State's quarterback about to be taken off on a cart.
Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 1:52, please. Thank you.
Well, you see the entirety of the Mississippi State sideline, staff, coaches, players, all approaching the cart. Certainly this, again, we said it many times, this is the leader of your football team, and boy, it is a tough way, just as you said, Neil, just a tough way to end a bowl game. It is just so disheartening to see. Obviously our thoughts and prayers with Mayo Taylor.
Yeah, Camario's got a towel over his head. Got helped onto the cart. Teammates around him there, all those black jerseys around the cart. They'll take him back in the locker room here at Bank of America Stadium. Take a look, see exactly what the extent of this injury is going to be, but in real time, again, not wanting to make it out to be more potentially than it is, but I think about Fluff Bothwell's injury at Texas A&M. It looked awful when it happened, and Fluff was back in 2 or 3 weeks. You hope that's the case here, but it had that same feel to it. It looked terrible when it happened.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually a really good point, because you're right. Being on the sidelines that game, if you had asked me what's going to happen to Fluff, I would say he's not going to play football the rest of the 2025 season. Obviously, that was not right, and he was back fairly quickly. You certainly hope that that's going to be the case with Kamar. There's not a football game to play, obviously, but well, you just hope it's going to be one of these things where it's just a precaution. You want to get him in. One of the nice things about having an NFL stadium, they're going to have the medical equipment to go in there and get it checked out immediately. We'll see, and hopefully maybe have an answer by the time you visit with Jeff Lebby.
Here's the good news. No air cast was needed. Nothing was put on that leg, and as he goes off, both those legs are fully extended. We're seeing him on the replay here as they take him off through the tunnel on the far side. So, again, we don't know, but it was scary to see in real time is what we can say here. So Luke Kromenhoek's coming back in at quarterback. Third time he's been in a game tonight. 1:52 to go. Wake Forest leads it by 14, 43-29. First and 10, Mississippi State at the Bulldog 31. Kromenhoek takes a snap, sprints off to his right. Looking downfield, hit as he throws, and that one goes in the dirt at the 35-yard line. He was looking upfield for Xavier Gayton. Incomplete pass, stops the clock with 1:40 left. Second and 10 for State. The Bulldogs have a timeout, but they need 2 touchdowns and 2 extra points. Need a big play in a bad way just to give yourself a chance to think about an onside kick.
Yeah, you know, look, you have to you go back to the explosive, you have to have an explosive play right here if you want to have any shot.
Aiden Williams, single receiver left. Traore, the tight end, flexing the slot left. 2 receivers right. Kromenhoek, 3-step drop. Throws complete to San Francisco McGee. Comes back to the ball near the 40-yard line, makes the grab, and gives ground back to the 37. That's where his forward progress will be stopped. So San Francisco McGee picks up 6 yards to bring up 3rd down and 4 for Mississippi State. Kromenhoek trying to go quick with 1:15 and counting left in the game. Takes a shotgun snap, sprints off to his left, now throws, falling down. Aiden Williams unable to make the grab inbounds, and now a flag comes in on the boundary. So this could be interference potentially on the Wake Forest bench. Williams slipped on the turf at the 48-yard line, braced himself with his right hand, and I thought made the catch, but was seated out of bounds maybe when he reeled it in. And then the flag came in after.
There was no foul on the play. The receiver was out of bounds when he touched the ball. Incomplete pass.
All right, so had he been in bounds, we could have had a sideline interference call there. Instead, he's out of bounds, and that negates the flag. So 4th and 4 for State. The Bulldogs have to get the ball to the 41 to keep the drive going with 1:08 left in the game. Clock stopped after the incomplete pass. Kromenhoek in the gun. 2 receivers each way. Takes the snap, pocket collapses, sprints off to the left, and gets sacked. Karan Prunty got it from the blind side back at the 32-yard line. Wake Forest turns State over on downs, and with 1:02 left, all the Deacons have to do is kill the clock. to come away with their 9th win of the season.
Well, it has struggled up front with physicality. We've said it several times this year. It's sort of been, and I know it's been one of the problems we've had offensively. We've just not been very physical up front. Again, it becomes just math. And when you can get pressure with 4 or 5, it makes it so much easier on the back end. And right now, most of the game, frankly, Wake Forest was able to get pressure with 4. They rarely had to bring more. They did it again now. Victory formation for the Demon Deacons. They will, Neil, get their 9th win, as you've talked about earlier in the broadcast.
Ashford takes a knee to start the clock running with 55 seconds left. To follow up on your point, though, Jay, 9 TFLs for the Wake defense tonight, 5 sacks. State had 2 TFLs, 1 sack. Significant stat in the game. That's where the physicality shows up. Their defense been their strength all year. They kept State out of the end zone in the first half. Held them to 4 field goals. State got a few touchdowns here, a couple of them in the second half of the game tonight. Got to within 3, but just didn't have the finish tonight. Ashford takes the final knee. State's not going to stop the clock. Final 20 seconds will tick off here in Charlotte. Wake Forest wins its 9th game of the season. 4th team in program history to win at least 9 games. And the Bulldogs end the year with a 5-8 record, earning a bowl appearance at the end of the year, but just couldn't take advantage of that second chance. And State falls here tonight in Charlotte, 43-29. Jay and I will have more.